and Mike Salk.
Good morning. It is actually Maura Dooley and Lyle Goldstein. We are going to start you off for the 6 a.m. hour today, and we'll be doing that again one more day this week as Salk is enjoying some time off, recovering from Haley Huard's wedding, and Brock is back, but he and Brian Walters won't be taking over till 7. So we'll be guiding you through the first hour here. It sounds like Brock did actually talk Salk into joining us today for a few minutes, even though he's on vacation, because he wants to talk about the reports yesterday from Adam Jude that the Mariners could be interested in Alex Bregman, and the Kraken making some additions yesterday. And, of course, Brock wants to continue talking about the greatest moments and hits from his daughter's wedding. So I think there's going to be a ranked involved as well.
People are really getting into the mind of Brock here. He's like, my co-host is on vacation. He's enjoying some nice time off. I just had some nice time off. But while Salk's enjoying a few days to himself, let me just call him up and get him on the show for like 20 whole minutes.
Yeah.
So here we are. Salk's going to come on the show today. You can
Exactly.
you can either thank Brock for that, or you can be mad at Brock for that, depending on if you want to hear from Salk today or not, because you're going to get to hear from him.
Do you want to hear from Salk today?
I do, as long as Salk wants to hear from Salk today. If Salk's going to get on and tell everybody how Brock guilt tripped him into this, I'm going to feel a little bad.
He'll be fine. I guess we have to talk about the game last night. Not quite as fun as when we came in yesterday. This was definitely felt like a game where maybe we were excited the long road trip didn't seem to catch up with them the night before, but it kind of felt like it did last night. This one was a little sloppy. Emerson Hancock didn't really have it right off the bat. You had Julio misplaying a ball in the outfield that allowed a couple of runs, and then you have Polanco getting picked off on the base path right before Randy Rosarena, who's heating up, hits another home run, and then grounding into 2 double plays in the 6th and the 7th with chances. Because this game, even though like it was frustrating, it felt like they were still in it, right? Like it felt like there were multiple chances where it's like, oh, they can pull this off. And unfortunately, at every chance that it felt like they were going to reach out and grasp it, they were unable to. The Astros win again because they are playing the lowly Rockies. They keep winning their games by 1 run, though. You would think some of these hopefully won't bounce their way soon. So they have a 7-game lead. You know there's going to be, in this stretch of 17 consecutive games, you know there's going to be some like this. I didn't think they were going to come home and sweep, but they really need to have a good homestand here. And so hopefully with Logan Gilbert on the mound today, they can turn around some of those mistakes and just frustrating play from yesterday.
They've got the right 2 guys on the mound the next 2 days to win the series, because you've got Gilbert today, like you said, and then you have Brian Wu tomorrow. It's just a little frustrating because they had a chance to really capitalize after a Monday win, where yesterday they faced the worst starter that they're going to see in this series, because the Royals have a good rotation. The one guy that struggled a bit is Michael Lorenzen, who was on the mound yesterday. And look, the Mariners got to him a little bit. They scored 3 runs in a little under 5 innings that Lorenzen threw. Where they got tripped up was they didn't get anything going against the Royals bullpen, which to their credit is a good bullpen, but they just couldn't capitalize on anything. And it's not like they had all these guys left on base yesterday. In fact, they only left 4 on, and they went 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position, which ultimately, if you read those numbers, it doesn't say that, oh, the Mariners left a million chances out on the diamond throughout 9 innings. But when you talk about the Solano double play, then you talk about the Cole Young double play.
In back-to-back innings.
Yeah, like there were definitely missed opportunities in that game. So that's where it's a little frustrating is when you got off on the right start in this series and beat Michael Wacha, who's had a really good year, and you get the win on Monday. You ended up looking really good in really all phases of the game. Yesterday looked a little bit different, and it's too bad because, again, like, you're going to get Seth Lugo on Thursday, which is not going to be a tough match. Or, sorry, it is not going to be an easy matchup because he's been really good both last year and this year. And that felt like a game yesterday where they really could have capitalized on this series. And I understand, look, they have Logan and Brian Wu going the next 2 days, and maybe they just win those 2 games and still win the series. Yesterday just felt like a game that you could circle and say they had the advantage in that one, and they could have found, on paper, it felt like they could have found a way to get a win in that one.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. And we were talking off air about Polanco getting picked off, and I saw that Adam Jude said they've been picked off the second most times in MLB. Now they do have the fourth most steals, and I know that their plan going into the season was clear that they wanted to be aggressive there. So are you okay with them getting picked off that much because they are also having success stealing bases, or how are you feeling about that?
I would be more okay if they were getting truly thrown out stealing bases, because when you're aggressive and try to take bases, you're not going to steal 100% of them. Sometimes you'll get thrown out. Sometimes you're just going to, sometimes you won't get a good jump. Sometimes you won't swipe the bag. It's just as simple as that. When you're getting thrown out and picked off at first base, that's where it's more frustrating. Again, if you're getting thrown out at second, that's one thing. When you're just getting picked off at first base, that's not a good sign, because those are mistakes that are very, very avoidable, and it feels like they haven't avoided a lot of those at a lot of different points this year. I mean, it's happened to Julio a few times. You saw it happen to Polanco yesterday. It's happened a handful of other times throughout the year. Yeah.
So you're saying it's not aggression, it's a lack of discipline.
At times, yeah. Again, I'm totally good with the aggression. I'm totally good with putting pressure on the opponents. I would just like to see guys not get picked off at first base. That's where
Fair.
I stand on that. I would like to see guys not get picked off at first base, because those are very, very avoidable mistakes. And to Jude's point, there's a lot of those that they have not avoided this year.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I have no problem with them being aggressive, but last night was a little frustrating there. And then if you want to take a positive out of this, because I know some people were maybe a little worried about Cal's 4 strikeouts after his first home run derby practice too, but I'm not going to go that far. If you want to take a positive out of this, Randy Arozarena heating up could be a really big deal. And he now has 3 home runs in his last 4 at bats, I think.
Is it 3 in his last 4? Well, he's got 3 in his last 2 games, that's for sure.
So if he can get going here, because I think they really need JP to kind of heat back up too. But like having someone behind Cal that can do that kind of damage. And when we had Kevin Sicer on back in June, he told Salk that was the next person that he thought was going to heat up.
Was
Randy, I feel like I'm going to say that's a big statement, but he worked yesterday. He came out for early hitting, and I mean, he hit so much on the field, off the machine, and it was as good as I've seen him look. Then he took BP after. It was the best BP I've seen him take probably since spring training. Then the at-bats he put together last night is like, okay, we need this to start happening every night, and we need to keep it going every night.
Now, he did go on to say that one of their problems with Arozarena in trying to, help him is that he starts trying to calculate which pitch is coming next pretty frequently, and he can get overly analytical. So I think that's why there's been some inconsistency there. But it seems like he's found a groove right now, and he has notoriously kind of been a guy that picks it up later in the season.
Yeah. And if you want to look at Randy's there's a couple different splits you can look at for Randy. Last 7 games, he's hitting .357. His OPS is 1120, which is awesome. Again, like that signals a Randy Arozarena hot streak potentially on the horizon. Although if you even stretch it out a little bit, he's been hot for a bit now. Last 15 games, he's hitting .317. His OPS is 940. So Randy Arozarena is starting to really feel like he could be in a stretch of time here where he's heating up. And if he's heating up, that's so massive for what the offense can be, because it makes Cal so much tougher to pitch to. If opponents really have to game plan Arozarena when he's right in the middle of being in just a groove, yeah, it just lengthens the lineup. It lengthens the middle of your order, and it's just so massive for what this lineup can be. Because when Randy's at his best, lineup gets a lot deeper. So if he's going to really start to get on a hot streak here, that's a pretty good sign.
Well, and especially if he can do it in the second half when these games matter most. I know when we talked to Passan last year when they first acquired him, he said what is so special about Randy is that he's not afraid of the big moments, and he's been clutch in a lot of those. So to have a guy like Cal and a guy like him that could just do something magical at the plate at any moment in those games that are going to matter most is something that we're going to cross our fingers for here after the deadline. But liking what we're seeing so far, We're going to take a break right now and come back and tell you everything you need to know, including those Alex Bregman rumors that Salk is going to join us to talk about later. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99, was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever. Right now at the Home Depot.
21 days until Seahawks training camp. And Seahawks training camp lives on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with the Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party this Thursday, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh!
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on Friday and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on Saturday. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was a good start for the Mariners on this home series on Monday. Tuesday, not exactly the same story. They dropped the contest 6-3 in Game 2 of this series against the Royals. Royals got off to a hot start in this game. They scored 3 runs in their first 2 innings and got off to a 3-0 start pretty quick. It just wasn't the same night offensively for the Mariners. They had 7 total hits. They had multiple chances with guys in scoring position, but they had back-to-back double plays in 2 straight innings in a row. Solano had 1. Cole Young had 1. So ultimately, they were 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position for the day, but those big opportunities when they needed them, they just didn't capitalize on them. Randy Arozarena did capitalize on one opportunity he got as he deposited what was his 3rd home run in 2 days, if you want one positive from this game.
The windup and the 3-2 on the way to Randy. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field. Is this going to be 102? It is. Goodbye, baseball. Holy smokes. Randy Arozarena over the Mariners bullpen in left field. He hit 100 and 101 last night, number 102 tonight. And the Mariners get out of the board. It's now the Royals 3, and the Mariners 1 on Randy's 11th home run of the season, and Randy is in a groove.
He certainly is in a groove. Again, last 15 games, he's OPS a 960, and it's even higher than that in his last 7 games. So if you want some writing on the wall, maybe we're starting to see the beginning of a Randy Arozarena hot streak. Other notes from the game: Emerson Hancock gave him 6 innings. It was not his best start of the year. He gave up 5 earned, 7 hits. He did go 6 innings, which was pretty important to get this bullpen somewhat back on track. Edward Bizzardo threw an inning. And then shout out Juan Burgos. Major league debut, throws 2 innings, struck out a couple of batters. Did give up a run, but stuff-wise, I thought he looked pretty good for what was his first big league outing. He certainly helped the team by throwing 2 straight innings in relief. So that was a nice little side note to a game that was otherwise frustrating at points, where, again, the team dropped a 6-3 loss to the Royals. By the way, Cal Raleigh went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts in this game. Let me just get right out ahead of this. I know he practiced for the Derby yesterday afternoon and was taking swings, and his family was there, and they were pitching to him to get ready for the contest during All-Star Week. Let this one go by the wayside, you guys. Cal Raleigh is not going to go through a slump because he was practicing one day for the Home Run Derby. He is not going to, this was as big of a coincidence as you can draw up. It just wasn't his night at the plate. It's not because he was practicing for the Derby. It's not because he was trying to hit home runs before the game. No, that's not what happened. So let it go. Do yourself a favor, let it go. Because
Thank you for clearing that up, Lyle.
Yeah, if we try to have discourse like this for the next week and a half, I promise you're going to drive yourself crazy for absolutely no good reason. So that happened. The Mariners, meanwhile, obviously have now split this series 1-1 through the first 2 games. They get back at it at 6:40 p.m. tonight. Logan Gilbert on the mound for the Mariners. The Royals will go with Noah Cameron.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Adam Jude of the Seattle Times wrote a piece detailing the latest on what he's hearing as far as the Mariners trade deadline plans. here are some of the highlights. He says the Mariners are prioritizing upgrades at the corner infield positions, but have also made it known they'd like to add at the bullpen, and they would like to add multiple players like they did last year at the deadline with Randy Arozarena, Justin Turner, and Yimi Garcia. He does mention Eugenio Suarez being a great fit. John Morosi was talking about that yesterday, but also said that John Morosi said the Angels could be looking at him too, which is crazy to see how close they are behind the Mariners right now. Too close for comfort. Can't let that happen.
Yeah, and you almost don't take it seriously when you see it because I just don't think the Angels are ever really a good baseball team. I don't think their roster is very good. Their run differential's minus 45, but that being said, they're a game and a half back of the Mariners. So
the parity in the AL right now is wild.
Yeah, the AL wild card is really close. There's 6 or 7 teams that are all within striking distance. So if you're the Angels, yeah, why wouldn't you at least think about buying? This is why it's going to get tough at this trade deadline, and the Mariners are going to have to get aggressive if they want to get some of the pieces that they want, especially offensively, because there's not a whole lot of teams that are going to sell off. There's not a ton of teams with offensive pieces that these buyers are going to be jumping at the bit for, and then you're going to have to win the bidding war to get these guys, and a lot of it.
Speaking of, he says that an Alex Bregman trade seems like a long shot, but if Boston does make him available, sources have said that the Mariners would be interested, which is kind of newsworthy. I mean, because Alex Bregman is a huge name, but also because, in the offseason, Daniel Kramer reported that the Mariners were not in on the bidding war for Alex Bregman, and there was never any interest there.
So I'm going to guess there's a couple things to this. Salk will probably get into it a little bit later if we talk a little baseball with him at 9:30. Number one, Alex Bregman's a Scott Boras guy. Was Scott Boras ever going to have Alex Bregman sign in Seattle on a deal where he's trying to essentially have a little bit of a bounce back year before I'm sure he's going to hit free agency again because there's opt-outs every year, that 3-year deal for him? Probably not. But Scott Boras also can't stop a trade. So if the Mariners were going to trade for him for 2 months and have to take on roughly $10 million, as opposed to signing him to a contract that could get up north of $100 million, yeah, they might be more inclined to do that. Because I'm going to assume the assumption here is Bregman's probably opting out after this year.
That makes sense.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Kraken added defenseman Ryan Lindgren and goalie Matt Murray in free agency yesterday. Lindgren is 27. He spent 7 seasons with the Rangers before going to the Avalanche at the trade deadline last season. He's a really physical defender who's strong on the penalty kill, but can also put the puck in the net. He had a career high in assists with 18 and goals with 22 last year. And he was also second on the team in blocked shots during the Avs playoff run. So definitely something that the Kraken could use, as it seems like they're really trying to rebuild some of that depth and the hitting you in waves that they had on their playoff run. Matt Murray is 31. He's a veteran with an impressive resume that includes helping the Penguins to the Stanley Cup Finals as a rookie when Marc-Andre Fleury suffered an injury. But his recent seasons have been pretty injury-plagued. While playing for the Maple Leafs, he had bilateral hip surgery that caused him to miss the entire 2023-24 season, and he only appeared in 2 games at the NHL level last year. This is Kraken GM Jason Botterill talking about the addition of Ryan Lindgren.
It was a situation where we've talked about it, I think, a lot about being stronger to play against him in front of both nets. That's one of the reasons why we went after Marchment in the trade category, and then why we went after Lindgren in the free agency here. Just his physicality, his compete out there, helping our PK, which needs to get better this year for sure too. And then just you look at his track record of playing in big games, knowing what it takes to have success in the playoffs. Certainly excited to bring his culture to our organization.
Yeah, they could certainly use some help shoring up that PK. And I know that we talk a lot about them hiring Lane Lambert as the head coach, but Jessica Campbell, the assistant coach, I think that was also one of her specialties when she was down in Coachella. So hopefully they're getting her the right tools to work with to fix that. And then the last story is, as you mentioned, Cal Raleigh was doing his first home run derby practice with his dad yesterday. And our own Shannon Dreyer talked to them afterwards. It was kind of cool to hear just Cal Raleigh's dad and talking about how fun and exciting this is.
It's cool. I mean, obviously I've never done it on the big league field. I've thrown to him a lot over the years, obviously. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I mean, it was really cool actually to get that little rhythm going with him and feeling it out. But yeah, and any dad wants to see his son hitting the derby, right?
I mean, someone that's the reason Cal is in baseball. He was a coach Cal's whole life and has been around baseball obviously his entire life. So to do that for the first time on a major league field with your son must be a pretty special moment.
Yeah, and Cal had a lot of family out at the game yesterday. Like, his brother was catching. It looked like he had a bunch of other relatives there. It was pretty cool. There was a lot of them there that were there to see him, that were there hanging out. So, yeah, I think this is going to be pretty awesome in about a week and a half when you get to see his dad throwing to him, his brother's going to be catching, and, hey, hopefully Cal wins this thing.
Man, we've had such fun moments with Julio in it. I hope so. I really don't. When Julio would go off, it made me hate the setup. I wish that they would change it because it was not fair. Hopefully Cal can kind of build up, and so he won't have the same thing happen.
Yeah, so he hit 12 in the round he had yesterday. At least that's what we counted. So he said it. Look, it's the first time I'm doing it. I'll do it a little bit more before the Derby starts.
Well, they said they realized that they were going too fast and that he had more time than he thought. So I'm sure it's going to take some practice.
Yeah, he's never done it before. But if people want a number, that's what we counted up. I think he hit 12 when he was practicing yesterday.
Nice. That is everything you need to know. We have Brian Walters and Brock Huard taking over from 7 to 10, and Jeff Passan is sorry. He's sorry that he let us down yesterday, and he was not prepared for his regular hit, so he will be joining us at 8:30 today. Right now, we're going to take a listen to Gary Hill Jr., who joined us yesterday, and hear what he has to say about Cal. That's coming up next here on the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Brock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutiae in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian, are you pretty open book? You willing to answer any questions on anything in your life?
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
okay.
Sounds like fun.
866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. On Tuesdays, we like to end the show with Answer the Question Jerk. We have a few, but Miss Maura is back there curating those. So if you could text those in, 866-979-3776. Any question you got, anything you want, Salk's dance moves, the evening, the unfortunate tooth that got chipped on the dance floor. Some beverages got spilled. Somebody slipped. Yes, some flowers caught on fire. Of course, that's going to happen. But anything you got, we'll answer, both wedding related and anything you want to fire at Brian and I. But we have played Gary Hill Jr.'s home run call. How many times have we played it today? Seven, Gary? I think that was my favorite call I've ever heard of you from you last night with Cal's 33rd home run, as you said, a history book just in form that we're getting to watch. Curious if you can add any further context to what you were seeing night in and night out with our great all-star.
It's just incredible, isn't it? I live in this weird space. I live in this weird space right now of I expect him to constantly hit home runs, yet I seem surprised and amazed that he constantly continues to hit home runs. It's this unbelievable space that I'm living in. And It's like something we've never seen before. It's clearly one of the greatest first halves in Mariners history. It's probably the greatest first half a catcher has ever had in Major League Baseball. And it's just amazing to play out. And as I've talked about it, as someone who grew up here, I had a chance to watch Ken Griffey Jr. at his best in terms of home runs. And it felt like he would hit a home run every single day. And, if you're watching in person, if you were watching on TV, if you were listening on the radio, you never missed a Griffey plate appearance because it could be the one where he does it again. And I feel like for me, Cal has entered that realm where, hey, if you're at the game, that's not the time to go get popcorn. You're in the car. You're not going to the house yet because you want to hear what Cal's going to do next. I feel like he's really in that realm. It's just incredible what he's doing. And I'm just enjoying the ride because you never know when these type of seasons come around, and we're enjoying one of the greatest we've ever seen.
It's interesting, Gary, you said that we have not seen this before, and certainly not from a catcher and the things that he is doing ever at this point of a season from that position as a switch hitter to boot. But we did see it in 1998. As you put that graphic up, as you referenced last night on that call, it was 98 that Ken Griffey Jr., like Cal Raleigh, hit his 33rd home run before July 1st. And so we did see it in 98. If you remember, where were you in 98 that year watching Ken Griffey Jr. do really what Cal has done this first half?
Oh, yeah. So I was in college at the time. And, it's so funny that it's just so similar to me in that you get amazed by what he did it again. He homered again. How is this possible? How does he keep doing it every day? And that's exactly the same feeling I had. So it's funny that the numbers parallel because the feeling is exactly the same. And then I keep wondering, okay, how are teams going to change what they're doing to Cal? And we saw that against Minnesota and Texas a little bit because I think both those teams, Cal has hit 5 home runs against this year. So I think both those teams got sick of Cal Raleigh. And I think the opposing crowds got pretty sick of Cal Raleigh. So we saw some adjusting, especially with guys aboard. So I am curious what we see moving forward with Cal if teams continue. Now, there's going to be times like last night where, you're going to have to pitch to them. But with guys aboard, I am curious to see if we start seeing more intentional walks moving forward.
Yeah, Gary, on that note, I think we keep seeing it over. We've saw it 4 times in the series against Texas, the intentional walks. How good of a sign was it last night? And kind of the whole road trip, having guys step up around Cal Raleigh with Randy Arozarena last night, and even Mitch Garver throughout the road trip had a couple big games as well.
Yeah, that was great to see. Randy had a great night last night. He's quietly been really productive this year. We haven't seen a lot with the home run ball, but in double figures now, which is great to see. But hey, whoever's going to hit behind him is going to get opportunities. Whoever's in the 4 spot. We've seen Raley there a little bit, Rosarena last night. There are going to be plenty of opportunities because, it's funny with the season that Cal is having with the home runs, and the home run numbers are overwhelming and it gets all the attention, and I totally understand why. At the same time, I think it kind of masks what has been a really incredible season for Cal in total. Like his on-base percentage, he's around the top 10 in baseball this year. He's been hovering in there. Cal Raleigh is in the top 10. He's been, 390-ish. Came into yesterday 388 on base. That's great. So it's not just he's hitting home runs all the time. He's on base all the time. And with the kind of first half JP has had, who's also been hovering around 400 for most of the first half, those two in the top 3 are getting on a ton. So I think you put your finger on something that I think is really important for the Mariners moving forward and offensive consistency moving forward is, whoever is in that number 4 is going to have a lot of chances. They're going to have a lot of RBI opportunities. And so production from there, I think, is going to be pretty critical moving forward.
Gary Hill with us. I don't know how many other organizations in baseball, Gary, as you travel around and you see all these different teams, how many of them have 2 former catchers in that organization playing pretty prominent roles still with the team. Obviously, Danny on a daily basis is the manager, and Dave Valley working alongside your buddy Goldie for a whole bunch of these games in the broadcast booth. I'm curious if you've heard from either of those guys, from Dan or Dave, Dan on a regular basis, Dave as he pops in and out, at how much they marvel at what Cal is doing, not just with the bat, but with the glove, with the leadership. Like, it's two former catchers and pretty good catchers for the Mariners. Do you ever hear any anecdotes from those guys? Like, this is just stupid. This is just unbelievable.
No, that's exactly what it is. And the conversations that I like to have with those guys is, and I was just talking about this with Dave Valley the other day, it's all the stuff that we don't see that goes into what catchers do, which is part of the reason why you don't see catchers do this. Like, if you compare positional slash lines, catchers are always the worst offensively, and there's a reason for it, because generally they're there for the pitchers. The offensive side of things is secondary in a lot of cases. And part of that, and when you have conversations with those guys, it really sheds a lot of light on everything that all the different directions Cal is pulled in every single day. When you're talking about pitchers, starting pitchers, bullpen, game plan, getting ready for opposing hitters. He's got to know the opposing hitters as well as he knows himself. Think about starting a 4-game series against Kansas City and all the cramming he has to do before that series starts. And, he hits from both sides of the plate. And it's also not a coincidence that he's playing every single day as well. You think about all the time he's got to take to get his body ready. I mean, it is really unbelievable. It's all the stuff that we never see. We just see him go on the field, do his thing as a catcher, hit his home runs, but there is so much time, effort, and work involved every single day to make everything happen. Because, all the stuff with the pitching staff, the game plans, all that stuff has to happen every day as well, and he continues to do it. And so that's what I find incredible, and it's really fun to get the insight from those guys who have been there and have experienced it. And you're right. I mean, that's the reaction. It's like, this is stupid. I can't. This is unbelievable. This is still happening.
It is really incredible, and we just we can't talk enough about Cal Raleigh, really. But I'm gonna pivot the conversation toward another hitter, a guy that I think personally we've seen make a little bit of progress with his. He's kind of hit some singles, striking out a little less. Some people might see that as a negative thing, the way he's hitting the ball on the ground. And that's Julio. What do you make of his plate appearances, throughout the last couple weeks? And do you see him catching getting in one of those Julio hot streaks here in the future?
I hope so, because those are super fun. And when we've seen those, he can absolutely carry a team. And the thing that I have liked as of late is he's really hitting the ball hard. In Texas, he hit 7 balls in that series over 100 miles per hour. So that's great. He had 6 hits out of those 7 balls, one of them a double, all singles. So I think, we're all in the same boat. We'd like to see more power from Julio. And that's kind of, when I think about his first half, that's kind of been the only thing missing for me. I think he's had a very, underrated first half. And I understand the conversation around Julio usually revolves around expectations for Julio, because we all have super high expectations for him and the player he can be. But I think he's had a super productive first half. I think his defense in center field in particular has been incredible. I mean, he rates out as truly one of the best defenders in all of baseball, regardless of position, and he's doing it at a premium position. So I think he's done a lot of little things great. And so when you see him go on these huge binges, especially power binges, it usually starts with him hitting the ball hard, and he's been hitting the ball hard. So hopefully the power comes with it, because then you can start dreaming on, what this offense could be, especially at the top, with JP kind of doing his thing, getting on base, Cal doing his thing. And if you have Julio in one of those grooves, that's really tough to contend with if you're an opposing team.
How's Gary Hill doing with 11 games in 11 days? How's the body? How's the voice? How's the vocal cords? You good?
I'm doing great. All I have to do is sit there, though.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything.
What is this kind of stretch like? And obviously 6 more of these puppies now. You get to do it at home, and the weather's going to be great and all that, and the All-Star break is right around the corner.
Yeah.
But, man, this is 17 games in 17 days. Put that in perspective for those of us that aren't a part of that and have never done something like that in our lives.
It is a challenge. It's the travel. That's the part that gets to you, and especially those 4-game trips on the road. And that was a weird road trip, too, with just all the weather, the delays, it was bizarre. And the tough part is you get home late at night on a Sunday, and then you see your family because you haven't seen them in a week and a half, and it feels like you see them for 5 minutes, and then you're right back at the ballpark with no off day yesterday. And so that's kind of the challenge. You're back home, and then you're pulled in all different kinds of directions because you have a real life, and then you're right back at the ballpark, and you're playing the Royals, and that's the challenge of the whole thing. And I do marvel at, I'm just sitting there yapping. I don't have to do anything. But those guys, after a long plane ride yesterday, a really tough road trip, they're right back at it today, which gets back to the Cal conversation, too, it's really the grind of it is real. And the travel thing with the Mariners in particular, that's real. Like no matter how well you travel or how comfortable you are, that's time that you're in the air. That's a lot of time in the air. And especially when there's 17 in a row, it's a real grind. That stuff is real, and they have to fight through it. And I was really impressed by last night because watching that game play out, you never would have known that this was the first game back from a long trip.
Yeah, I agree. So last thing here for you, Gary. Do you think the baseball writers who vote on the MVP eventually, and I know there's 70-something games left, and there's a lot of story and a lot of chapters still to be written, but do you get a sense that those baseball guys would have an understanding of that so much more than even the general populace of how much goes into this and how truly, truly remarkable as a catcher and as a switch hitter? I mean, just look at what he's done compared to his peers at catching. I mean, he'd be like second in home runs just from the right side amongst catchers, let alone the 20-something he's hit from the left side. Do you feel like those baseball writers have enough sense to them to go, man, if this is close with Judge, if they're WAR numbers, if they're WRC plus, if they're winning, if this is close, that you have to tip your hand to all the rest of the story that Cal's writing?
This is a great question, and I think very timely as well with Kansas City in town. Because if you turn the page back to last year, Witt had one of the all-time great seasons as a shortstop. His numbers were unbelievable, and yet he finished second in MVP to Judge. And, Judge had an all-time year. He had nearly 60 home runs. He had an on-base over 450, and he's kind of doing the same thing this year. So, but how do writers look differently? That they didn't give Witt the nod as a shortstop, but do they give a catcher a nod if it's close? I would like to think, my hunch is, if it's close, the catcher and Cal would get the nod. Now, the question is, how close is close? That's the part that I don't know. I don't know how the writers see that. And I feel like how this season has played out, that the way Judge started was ridiculous. And it almost felt like he had put away the MVP vote, a month and a half, 2 months into the season. But as it's played out, it feels to me that Cal has closed the gap on this conversation. It really made it an actual conversation. And so,
kind of fun to hear it in the building, the MVP chants last night that, as Brian was saying, I don't know the last time. Oh, so cool. And I don't know the last time we've heard that as a Seattle sports fan for a player in our old Sonics arena or in T-Mobile, the old Safeco in the Kingdom. Like, it's been a long time since we heard something reverberate like that. It's pretty cool.
It's amazing. He's having an MVP quality season. And whether he wins it or finishes second, it doesn't take away from the season he's having, because in another year he would be no question. It just so happens Judge is a unicorn and he's been marvelous so far this year. But those MVP chants, he's earned them, man, and I love it. I love when they're ringing through the building.
Well, you had an MVC. You had an MVC. You had a most valuable call last night. That was one for the record books right there, man. We loved it. We played it a bunch today. Gary, thanks for taking the time and jumping on with us spontaneously this morning, and appreciate it and keep enjoying the ride.
Thanks, Gary.
You're too kind. Thank you so much. It was great to talk. Let's do it again soon.
All right, that was Gary Hill being our hero yesterday when Jeff Passan let us down. But Jeff feels guilty, and we have guilt-tripped him into still doing his hit with us this week, just a day late. So he will be on at 8:30 today. I believe we're going to get him on video, which is always fun. The text line was lighting up last time with people who weren't sure what Passan looked like or were wanting to see how awake he was. So that'll always be entertaining. We talked a little bit about this, Lyle, and I'm sure Brian and Brock are going to get into it too, but we touched on the possibility or the rumor that the Mariners could be interested in Alex Bregman. What percentage would you put your faith that could happen at?
Somewhere between 5 and 10. Does that feel
that
right?
Low, huh?
Yeah,
where would you put the percentage that you think he actually gets traded at all? Because my thing is, I cannot believe if the Red Sox end up having to trade Rafael Devers, Alex Bregman, and they also lost Tristan Casas for the season to injury, this is a disastrous season for them. And the whole reason that Devers was disgruntled to begin with was because of Alex Bregman.
It's crazy. Rafael Devers is not on the Boston Red Sox right now because of Alex Bregman. It's crazy. I would say the odds of Bregman getting traded still feel low. I think the Red Sox would really have to play their way out of it for them to trade him. Is Bregman going to opt out after this year? Probably. Are the odds of him opting out a little bit lower if he's in Boston where he chose to sign as opposed to somewhere else? Maybe it's a little bit higher. Whereas if he goes somewhere else where maybe he's not that interested in playing long term, he'll have even more incentive to opt out. So that's why I put the percentages a little bit low. And if he's on the market, there's going to be a lot of teams bidding for Alex Bregman at the deadline because there's so many teams that are going to be competing for a playoff spot with this expanded field. And the Mariners would have to win that bidding war for Alex Bregman. And I'm not saying they wouldn't give up the necessary prospects. I'm not saying they would be disinterested. But it's just always tough to win these bidding wars when you get to the deadline. And there's so many teams fighting for premium offensive talent at a deadline where there's just not a lot of it. Again, you're banking on Arizona to keep losing because you want to see those pieces get traded off between Gino and between Naylor. And then you're going to have to look for other pieces where they may lie. And if Bregman was really available, that'd be a huge, huge third baseman that's on the trade market at a position that the Mariners could really use an upgrade at. I just don't know if I see it happening in the end, which is why I put the odds pretty low. I think Passan in his article put the odds pretty low too.
Well, that's what's so difficult about this trade deadline is half the people we're talking about may or may not even be available. There's not a lot of sure things right now because of how much parity there is in the AL. But so Salk brought up the idea of trying to acquire multiple bats, and he threw out Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez if they could try to acquire both of them. Because it seems like if you go after Bregman, you might not be able to but would you rather Alex Bregman or Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez?
If you had to choose between one or both, I think I'd choose the package with the Diamondbacks because you address multiple positions and lengthen that lineup. Now, what will Salk say at 9:30? We'll have to ask him. I feel like there's a chance he'd say Bregman because he's such an Alex Bregman guy. I would rather see multiple positions get upgraded. Eugenio Suarez is having one of the best seasons of any third baseman in baseball. I know Bregman was red hot and had a great start to the year before he got hurt. But if you have the chance to get Gino back at third, and then you trade for Josh Naylor, who's hit 300 this year, hits for power, can fill the right or the left-handed side of the platoon and hit a bunch of righties. And honestly, I say platoon, he'd be the everyday player if you're trading for him to play first base. But I just think about a lineup where in some order or another, if you're going JP, Julio, Cal, Randy, Gino, Naylor, and that's the first 6 guys in the lineup, that feels like a much longer lineup and a lineup that could really do some damage if they were to get into the postseason. And I just think about that and upgrading multiple positions, and I'd lean that way.
Well, and Bregman's great, but he's missed the last 6 weeks with a serious quad injury, and there's been they think maybe he might come back just before the All-Star break, but there's been kind of back and forth on that, so there's some questions there. And then when you look back to Daniel Kramer's report that the Mariners weren't interested in him this offseason, one of the things that he cited was that they didn't think he was a good fit for this ballpark. In Eugenio Suarez, you get someone that knows this ballpark that you know can hit here.
Yeah, you do. And again,
I'm not saying that they're equal But if you could get a Eugenio Suarez and another piece, another bat, I almost think I'm leaning more that way than going all in on Alex Bregman, especially coming off of an injury right now.
Sure. And look, one thing you know about Gino, too, he is going to be loved and accepted in that clubhouse the second he would hypothetically step foot back into it, because he was loved here in the 2 years that he was here. Would Bregman be a good fit in the clubhouse? Probably, because he's such a hard worker and he's so dedicated to winning. But again, with the familiarity, you know Gino would be welcomed back with such open arms if he was here.
Oh, I mean, I selfishly want him to come back. Even if he wasn't playing well, I would almost want him to come back. The good vibes only. Like, he is so fun, and I think he helps lighten the team up in those moments when things get really, really tough as you get into the grind of the season after the All-Star break. And I know that everyone was a big fan of him here. I mean, you could see it when they played the Reds. His old teammates were big fans of him. He's just one of those guys. All right, that brings our hour to a close, Lyle. We are not going to be in charge anymore. We're handing things over to Brian Walters and Brock Huard from 7 to 10. Jeff Passan coming up at 8:30, and Mike Salk will be a guest on the show at 9:30. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
It's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
you're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
The Golfapalooza of the summer, the Butts Golf Sidewalk Sale. Titleist, FootJoy, TaylorMade, Callaway, the biggest names at 50 to 70% off. It's your time to save, and it all starts Thursday at Butts.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
We're the place to be looking.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net. Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
The countdown is on.
21 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Huard is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Well, for the third straight morning, no Salky, and Brian Walters back in with us. And a lot of times, Brian, guys come in and they do one day of radio. Big Brother, for example. And Damon's like, that was awesome. I could do this. And then they do a second morning of radio. Like, okay, yeah, this is a little tougher. And then by day number 3, it's like camp legs. Like, oh my gosh, my legs are dragging. My body is tired. I'm just beat up. I don't know if I want to get up this early and do this. How are we doing? Are we through day 3 and we're still going strong? Feel good?
We're still going strong. What I'm learning is, the first day you don't want to just spill all your material.
No.
You got to save some stuff.
Well, especially in July.
Especially in July.
Yes.
Exactly.
September, October, November, August, March, April, May, yeah. But you get to July and you get to the NFL being shut down. College football is rather dormant. Baseball is about the only thing going, and the Mariners keep it going. You were there last night?
I was there last night. I was at the game. First one of the year, unfortunately. I don't know why it's taking me so long to get there. But it was, as tough as that game was, didn't go our way. It was, They do such a good job there. It is so fun. They got all kinds of events going on, the hot dogs from heaven and the salmon races, and it keeps you entertained. And it's a really fun, except for the traffic after the game. That was brutal.
And they gave themselves chances. Brian, I've learned a lot over these years of watching baseball, and I can remember the great Dave Grosby coming in the building when Salk and I were young, and he would feel just my wave of emotion on a daily basis, and he'd just say, "Slow down, man. This is a different game than the one you played. I mean, this is 162 of them, and some are going to go your way, and some aren't, and you can do everything right in this sport. And man, I really felt like yesterday, even though they fell behind when they were sitting there, what was it, 5-3 in both the 6th inning and the 7th inning, first and second leadoff walks. Cole Young's up to bat. It's a 3-0 count with nobody out, and you're thinking, yep. All right, here we go. We're going to find a way, right? He's going to get on base. Bases are going to be loaded, and you're just going to get kind of that hit. And unfortunately, 3-0, looks at a strike. That's fine. 3-1. Dude makes a pretty good pitch, and it just runs away from his barrel. He rolls over, double play, and just felt like last night, and you were there, just kind of felt like last night when those opportunities arose, those double plays just kind of squashed everything.
Yeah, exactly. The double plays were the killer for the Mariners, and Donovan Solano also came in, pinch hit, and did the exact same thing. They're just rally killers, but you're 100% correct that you're still one swing of the bat away. As long as you can kind of keep yourself in that striking distance, you're constantly fighting back, giving yourself a chance in the game. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because it just didn't feel like, even from the very beginning, the Royals jumped on Everson Hancock early. The leadoff batters were always on. The leadoff double, first bat of the game was on second. So it was just one of those games. You're just like, they're going to be fighting. This is going to be a tough one, but they did. They fought. They gave themselves a chance, and fortunately, like you said, 162 games. You're not going to win them all, and that's one of them. You just had to tip your cap to the Royals.
Jeff Passan is going to join us today. He's back from London at 9:30. A special treat for the Brock and Salk listeners. Salky is going to come on. Probably wakes up about 9 o'clock when he's on vacation, Brian. So we'll give him about a half hour to wake up. We'll talk through some of the different trade names that popped up yesterday. A really good piece by Adam Jude over there at the Times. In fact, we'll do that at 8, and then Salky will weigh in at 9:30. I know he's got a strong opinion on it, and then he is going to do a ranked of ranks. An all-time ranked of ranks. He's going to rank the Huard wedding with honorable mentions in his top 5. I have a sense of where he's going with that. So if you want one last bit of wedding fodder, Mr. Salk at 9:30 is going to do a little ranking. I tweeted last night, Brian, that game. It was actually a Julio at-bat, one of those at-bats. And I know I'm really hard on Julio. I'm probably harder on Julio Rodriguez on this roster than I am any other Mariner. And Salk and I have bantered about this, and I'll get kind of Passan's feelings on this, but it just kind of almost 90 games into the season is crystallized a little bit for me. And that is, and this was my tweet last night, I'd really like Julio to figure out who and what he wants to be in the batter's box. 4 years in, it feels like he is still searching for that consistent identity of what he wants to be as a hitter. As Cal goes, so go the Mariners. As Julio goes, so go the Mariners' ceiling. And it's one of these lines. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. You talked about it as an athlete. I think you and I were very similar. We were in the 80-20. We were in the 80% rule, which was, 20% of the guys make all the money. They've got a pretty good living in the NFL. 80% of you are year to year, and you got to fight for some minimum contracts, and you got to, fight to survive. And I think a lot of times those 80 guys are in, tinker mode, are in, okay, I got to improve myself mode, are in, I got to get myself, better and somehow find a way to make this team mode. Julio, contractually, talent-wise, is kind of on the other side of that, as is Cal, right? And yet it feels like, to me, Julio tinkers and just trying to find an identity of what he wants to be, about as much as anybody else in that lineup. Does that make any sense?
No, it does make complete sense. And fortunately for those guys like Julio who are in that 20%, I guess the tinkering is, I guess you're allowed to do that more. It's not as much of a risk. Us in the 80% or me in the 80%, when you're tinkering, it doesn't work. You're like, oh, I just lost my job. I'm done. I'm no more. Last night, being at a game is so different. Like, you just look at it so differently than you do on TV, and you kind of pick up on a lot more things. But, just the simple thing last night with Julio that you notice is all 4 at-bats, he was behind on the count. 1-2, 1-2, 0-2, 1-2. Every single as a hitter, you can't hit like that. You're not especially as talented as Julio is. When you're behind, you're just trying to protect the plate a little bit. It takes away a lot of what Julio's about, and that's the aggressive swing, the jumping on that pitch that you want. And that's what I noticed with Julio. He was just behind in the count, and nothing's going to go your way. These pitchers are too good.
You also notice when you're in person, how in the world do any of these guys hit?
Oh my goodness!
Right?
It is so true. That ball is thrown so.
It's on him so fast.
Oh yeah.
Right? The reaction time, and And truly, like, hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do. And when we watch it on television, right, and you can see where the pitches are, and you're like, how do you possibly swing at that? What kind of judgment do you have? It is so different than, especially, and I don't know if you've ever gotten to sit in G. Scott Jr. or G. Scott Sr. seats. He sits in the Diamond Club when he goes to the Mariners game just about every time, Brian. If you've sit in those seats, it's even more like reflexive. Like, I cannot believe they can ever get the barrel to the ball.
It's absurd.
It's remarkable.
I think that's the one, if I could choose one sport, one thing to try, it would be trying to hit a major league pitcher over anything in any other sport. Shooting a goal in hockey, hitting a 3 in an NBA game, anything. I'd say I want to face a major league pitcher and see what that looks like.
Well, next year, come join us in spring training. Maybe with all this yeoman's work you're doing, all these mornings you're getting up early, maybe come down and you can sit at the table with us. And at spring training, the media get to sit, like, stand right behind. They fixed up their whole spring training facility, did a beautiful job. And you can stand there literally, what do you think it is, Lyle and Maura, 3 feet, 4 feet behind the catcher, right? Wow. It's almost like a concession stand behind the catchers in spring training. And you can get real close to the action. And you've taken shots across the middle, so maybe you've got a lot more courage and bravery than we do. But even when you stand there, you're like, wow. Not only is it hard to hit, this thing is a BB coming 95 miles an hour. So, yeah, pretty fun stuff. Hey, it's going to be a fun day today, Brian. Thanks again for popping in and hanging out with me. Salk at 9:30, Passan at 8:30, Which is Better at 7:30, Blue 88, a little storytelling time from B-Dub. Got a whole bunch to do on this Wednesday morning with the 4th of July just around the corner. It's Brock and Salk here on Seattle Sports.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
If you're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff, all you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Huard here for my friends over at Xfinity. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
It's our biggest event of the summer, the Putts Golf Sidewalk Sale. Thousands of items on sale on the best brands in the game and at unthinkable savings. Don't be left out. It all starts Thursday for 4 days only at Putts.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, up first is Brian Walters was one of 23,000 in the building last night on another nice, gorgeous night here on the precipice of the 4th of July weekend. And unlike Monday's affair, the Mariners just could not get that big hit. Nice to see Randy Arozarena hit his third home run in a couple games, and hopefully that bat is getting hot. But they just couldn't find a way. And when Julio and Cal go 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts, going to be probably tough to do significant damage. And then Julio, who has been a Gold Glove center fielder, one of the best in all of baseball, and there's no debate about that. Yeah, he misread one there in the 5th inning that led to, unfortunately, a 2-run double there for Salvador Perez. After the game, the skipper asked about Julio misreading a ball that we don't normally see out there in the no-fly zone.
Yeah, it looked like he, was going back on it, and that's a play where you have to check the wall, and when he went back to find the ball, it was it looked like it had moved a little bit on him, but I thought in general the wind was kind of funky tonight out there in the outfield. It looked like there were a lot of balls where guys were just unsure until the last moment what was happening. So, it was just a tough one, and he has been so good for us out there, and has saved us so many times, and that was just a tough play.
Was it windy out there, B-Dub?
It did. It actually looked like the ball was moving on these guys. No fly ball looked you know how fly balls usually they're camped under it, just sitting there, you know, a little can of corn. Exactly. And this was guys were kind of moving their feet last second. It kind of reminded me of punt returning when the wind's blowing, you got to kind of get your feet under the ball. And I'm going to give Julio the benefit of the doubt on this one. You know he's trying to make a play. When that ball came off his bat, you thought it was gone. There was no question. And Julio just beelined it to the fence, had to turn, look, and he just tried to scale and time it right and hopefully pick the right spot. Unfortunately, he was 10 feet off. I don't know. The wind must have had it. But it's uncharacteristic. So if we start seeing more of it, I'll be worried. But he was just trying to make a play.
And he has been so good. In fact, I think the next hit was a sinking liner that he comes in with his great speed and goes and gets. And you could tell he was still frustrated. You know what that felt a little bit like? Those poor broadcasters that have to make a call every once in a while, right on a home run call, and they might be just a little bit off. He climbed like 6 feet up the wall, and he was waiting for it as it bounced away.
And I think one of the worst things about that, too, is later in the game there was another double hit over his head. He had a little hesitation to it, to getting back and making a big play. He kind of let it play off the wall, and it could have saved a run as well.
All right, get ready for your hot take here, B-Dub. Next.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Juanita guy, Pacific Northwest guy, good guy. He goes out to the Red Storm in the Northeast. He gets all hard-edged. He has hard opinions. He has hot takes. Comes the Red Storm, while all the rest of us were loving the story of Cal Raleigh and his dad and Cal's little brother catching. And in fact, Shannon Dreher caught up with Todd Raleigh, asked him how cool it was to throw a little BP to his son Cal yesterday.
It's cool. I mean, obviously, I've never done it on the big league field. I've thrown to him a lot over the years, obviously. But, yeah, it was kind of cool. I mean, it was really cool, actually, to get that little rhythm going with him and feeling it out. But, yeah, any dad wants to see his son hitting the derby, right?
And then go ahead, Brian. What did it lead to?
See, Brock's trying to get me in trouble. Brock is getting me in trouble. Here's the thing. I've been on the Cal home run derby.
I don't know if we fully informed you. We call Brock the instigator.
Don't
fall for it.
Here it is. I've been on the Cal home run derby train forever. He needs to do it. It's just what I said is, gosh, that's the worst timing for 4 strikeouts to happen. The first day you practice for a home run derby, you go out and you're swinging. It's swinging strikeouts. You're swinging and missing. So just bad timing. I'm not gonna fully blame the.
I'm gonna guess that Cal
practice.
And Todd and Cal's little brother did not necessarily want that public. For that very reason, that baseball is such a funky game that the process, the results are so right. To your point, like, oh, really? Such a special, beautiful thing, a familial thing. And then now I got to go out and play. And if for some reason I strike out a few times or I strike out 4 times, certainly there's going to be some that say, oh, here we go. I told you. I warned you.
And I'm sitting there in the stands going, oh, no, this is all the fans are going to talk about. And they're going to say, I told you so. He shouldn't do this. And I'm going, oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's baseball, Brian. That is baseball.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, the third thing you need to know is that the old Seattle Kraken are making some moves. And again, Salky will join us at 9:30. He's pretty fired up about these because, we've said this about the Kraken. Every guest we've had on, Brian, about the Kraken, be it their own employees or people on a national level, and I'm like, who are they? What are they? What identity do they have after all these years here? Well, like the last 3-4 years building this thing. What kind of team are you? Pretty clearly, their new GM, Jason Botterill, has got a feel and an image that he wants to build this team in, and you're seeing it here in free agency.
And coming in last week with Salk, he was raving about these moves, just saying how this is just creating a more aggressive team, which is what they needed to do. So, it makes me excited. I'm not much of a hockey guy, but I'll tell you what, like baseball games, going to hockey games, that's a fun experience. So if you can see a little more aggression, some more hits and stuff, all for that, fired up for the Kraken on this
give me cut number 5 more, if you wouldn't mind, from the GM, Jason Botterill, talking just about that, Brian, exactly.
It was a situation where we've talked about it, I think, a lot about being stronger to play against in front of both nets. That's one of the reasons why we went after Marchment in the trade category, and then why we went after Lindgren in the free agency here. Just his physicality, his compete out there, helping our PK, which needs to get better this year for sure too. And then just you look at his track record of playing in big games, knowing what it takes to have success in the playoffs. Certainly excited to bring his culture to our organization.
Yeah, and Ryan Lindgren, by the way, 27, spent 7 seasons with the Rangers before going to the Avs at the deadline last season. Pretty physical dude, and they've continued to add that kind of grit, that kind of abrasion, and I just love the way that hockey guys talk. That is everything you need to know. Did you feel like yesterday I was an instigator at all, B-Dub? I didn't think I instigated at all yesterday, did I? Maybe I was still on my wedding bliss. Maybe I was my cold medicine. Maybe the head cold and just kind of run down. Do you feel like yesterday you left the building going, man, that Huard guy just tries to instigate?
I was... No, I did not. You were definitely on your wedding high still, which was good.
Yes.
Which is good. Thanks. Yes. You went easy on me. And making you play lead host here too, so I know there was a lot you could have came at me with, but here it's all coming out today. Already, we're in the first half hour, and you're already getting me 4 strikeouts for Cal Raleigh. What do you think of that?
Yeah, what do you think of that? Do you blame Todd Raleigh? Do you blame the BP? Do you blame the home run derby BP? You wanted him to do home run derby.
He had some good swings up there. They look good. He turned on one, hit it so hard into the crowd. Good for him.
Yep. All right, well, we do a little something every once in a while. Did you and Salk do this last week? A little Which is Better? Are you familiar with the game Which is Better?
I'm guessing. I think I can figure this one out, but we did not.
You think
an
Ivy League guy can figure this one out? Well, we'll see if an Ivy Leaguer can figure this one out. A little Blue 88, a little Jeff Passan, a whole bunch to come here on the precipice of the July 4th weekend. Brian Walters in for Salk. It is Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party this Thursday, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh! Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Any 4th of July plans? You getting over to Chelan? You gonna watch the fireworks show in town? Any 4th of July weekend plans for the Walters crew?
There is no 4th of July plans for the first time in a long time, actually, which will be nice. Be able to hang around, maybe sit on the rooftop, watch the fireworks all throughout Lake Washington.
Yeah.
I have no interest in going to one of the big shows. There's too many people. I've done it a couple times. It's fun, fantastic. They do such a great job with those shows, but I'm going to relax and hang out.
Maura, Lyle, any plans? Maura, you and Chris gonna go paddleboarding every day? What are we doing?
It's not going to be that hot. It was hotter earlier in the week. I'm going to the Mariners game. I have to be home on 4th of July evening because my dog loses her mind over the fireworks.
Oh, that's true. That's very true. All right. Well, you had 6 minutes to study, actually about 4 minutes to study, Brian, on how to play this game. It's a very difficult game. It's called Which is Better, and we're going to see if an Ivy Leaguer can actually handle this challenge. Here we go. Well, the Ivy Leaguer is really, I know it's a really hard game to figure out.
Good job.
Stressful.
Yeah.
That was stressful, Brock.
Were you stressed?
Oh, so stressed. Yes. That was
kind of like learning a playbook, right? You get that new language. Am I going to be able to do this? Hardest playbook you ever had to learn?
Norv Turner's down in San Diego. The number system. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Without question. The number system was, but once you figure it out, you get it. It makes so much sense. But it's just, yeah, that was brutal.
That was the toughest one.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, that will lead to 3 good football questions. We call it Blue 88. We do it this time every single morning.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Huard breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
Well, Brian, I know you were studying the game sheet last night, the show sheet, all the notes that Maura sent our way, and she sent an article from one Ted Wynn over there at The Athletic that wrote about 5 defenses that could take the next step this season and be difference-making crews, and the Seahawks were one of them. I like that stat he found. What was it, the second half of last season, the Seahawks and EPA, expected play, whatever, were number 1 in the league when it came to second down and third and long. Some of those situational areas that we all watch it with our eyes. The numbers don't even need those. Our eyes saw in the second half of last season, this was a really good group. So how high a ceiling can you put on them? Is this going into 2025? Can this be, in your estimation, Brian? You saw a number 1 defense in the league in the Legion of Boom. Can this be a top 5, top 10 defense in 2025?
Yeah, first off, I thought that was a weird stat to throw in there. Second and long and third and long, you were the best in the league. I mean, it was odd to me to see that one as the one they referenced in that, but I think they're right on point in this article and what they see in this Seahawks defense. I've kind of talked about it a lot lately. Just, you really have almost elite players in most of your positions for this defense. When you go through every single place, it's, look at the year Leonard Williams has, one of the best defensive tackles in the league. Then you have a second year guy you're really hoping makes big strides this year in Byron Murphy. So up front, look at that. You're solid with those guys. We know the edge rushers they've had, and they've added DeMarcus Lawrence. Uchenna, we'll see if he can come back healthy again. But that's just a solid crew there. Ernest Jones, when he made when he was put into this defense at the helms with the green dot, calling it, the whole defense changed. The secondary is athletic and deep. They added with the draft. This defense from top to bottom is prime. It is really, really good. I'm really excited about it. And then you look at the second year with Coach McDonald. What can Coach McDonald bring into his second year and just teaching new intricacies? Can't talk of this defense and getting more in depth with it, because Coach didn't put it all out there last season. There's more on the table, and he's always making adjustments, always fixing it. So in the situations he'll put his guys in, I'm excited to see this defense come in full force. None of that changing of you're not cutting your linebackers mid-year. You're not making all those little tinkering. We talk about tinkering a lot on this show. We have. There's no more tinkering with this defense. The defense is what it is, and I'm excited to see kind of what they can do.
All right, question number 2. I think you throw my way.
All right, Brock. ESPN had a list of the remaining free agents in the NFL. Any of these pique your interest?
There's still some good players. So there are about 17 names that they came out with. They put this out yesterday. And Keenan Allen and Rasul Douglas, some names that we've talked about here in Seattle. Your buddy, Brandon Scherf, is the last available kind of interior offensive lineman that they had as one of their 17 free agents. There are a couple. And I think that they've done their homework. I know that the Seahawks have done their homework on a couple of these guys, and we'll just kind of watch camp evolve. And those couple guys are edge guys. Actually, Von Miller is out there as a free agent, and you're not going to count on him in any way to be a 3-down player, but as a specialist, depending on Boye Mafe and Derek Hall and DeMarcus Lawrence and their health through training camp and what they all look like, he would be kind of a guy out of those 17. He'd be the one I think they've done their homework on. They've kicked their tires on a little bit. And depending on, again, how the health of, you brought up Uchenna Nwosu, how he looks through preseason, that would be a name to keep an eye on. Those veterans are in the same boat too. They're looking at all the different situations. I'm sure many of those guys of the 17 remaining, Brian, have been offered deals. but they've looked at it and said, no, now's not the best time for me. Let me see, and I certainly don't want to do OTAs at this age and stage in my career. Let me see how training camp unfolds in different places where the best fit is for me, for my skill set, and where it is for the team on the other side. So keep an eye on that one. Keeping a bunch of edge rushers. Jadeveon Clowney, another guy they know, obviously, that had success with Mike up in Baltimore. So a veteran edge guy. Van Noy, Clowney had success late in their career up in Baltimore. Could Von Miller fill out some role at some point this season? Just keep an eye on that. Question number 3. So I got through about 3 chapters of Bill Belichick's book. I was reading it on the airplane, and eventually my wife looked at me like, why are you reading his book? And then, more news came out about him and his girlfriend. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to leave this book right here in the seat of my airplane. So I got through about 3 chapters. It wasn't terribly interesting. His personality is not very electric. But one of the chapters he wrote about, and it was talking about, was like, I'm not a big believer in pregame speeches, not a big believer in halftime speeches. There's data. Here's the data. Go fix it. Go win the game. You played for a guy that I think was on the other side of that, in Pete Carroll, that really believed in pregame, in halftime, and the night before games. If I were to say to Brian Walters, in your years in Seattle playing for Coach Carroll, what was the most memorable pregame, night before, halftime moment that you had with Coach Carroll in your years?
Yeah, this is tough because Pete kind of, especially the pregame, he didn't handle the pregame all that much. Like, I think he passed it off to one of the captains or something to handle the pregame speech. But Pete had some pretty epic speeches. One that always pops into my mind is kind of where this, I think it started here, because it was the first time I've ever heard it, and now it's a big thing. When he's like, can't win the game in the first quarter, can't win the game in the second quarter, everyone's going, no, and everyone was fired up in the locker room. It was more of a post-game speech. I think we won a game in overtime there, and he's like, can't win the game in the fourth quarter. Everyone's like, no, can you win a game in OT? And everyone's fired up, yes. But it's things like that, the energy he brings there. But when I think of Pete Carroll talks and speeches, I don't even go to game day. I go to when after we had a rough game. This is something, if I was a coach, I would incorporate to my team no matter what. When we would have a tough game, and you know how you go to the team meeting room every single day, and it's kind of monotonous. You go in, you sit in your comfy, soft chairs, and you had a rough game, and the coach is up there, we got to do better, blah, blah, blah. Pete was like, no, we're not getting in this situation. To the other room, and you go into this wide open room with no chairs, the whole team standing uncomfortable, and Pete's in the middle, kind of just speaking the truth about the game. He wants people up, listening, and that's what I loved about Pete, is just he wasn't about to bring a bunch of negativity into like the team meeting room that we're in all the time. He's like, no, this deserves a change of scenery, a change of this is a different situation, and I need to talk to you guys about this. Let's go to this room, stand here, listen to me talk about what needs to be done, what needs to be fixed. And I always loved that about Pete. That always kind of shocked the player. I was like, okay, he's for real right here. We really need to do this. We need to change things up a little bit.
Huh. That's pretty cool. That is a Blue 88. We do it every single morning at 7:45. It's always fun for me when I get to throw a couple questions and learn from the other side of that. So would that be the kind of Tell the Truth Monday? Wasn't that one of his Tell the Truth Monday?
Yes, exactly. Tell the Truth Monday. But this happened, you didn't want it to happen.
Right. How many times did that happen?
So I was with the Seahawks 3 seasons, and we probably did it 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
So very rare.
So a really ugly game.
Ugly game. Yeah. Things aren't going right. Maybe we're on a bad streak. I think it was the year after we won the Super Bowl. I might be wrong on this, but we started the season 2-2, I think. I think we lost a couple games in a row. And I think that going into week 5, it was like, hey, guys, like, it doesn't matter that you're Super Bowl champions last year. Like, we need to fix it. And then we went on a huge run after that. And it was the change of scenery in a different room, kind of just a shock to all the players.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I asked you that because now I'm doing some coaching, Brian, so I'm going to keep some of these things in my little back pocket.
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, fun. Hey, Jeff Passan's going to join us in a half hour. We missed him yesterday. We do usually do that on Tuesdays. Also, tomorrow, we're going to kind of treat tomorrow like a Friday. because I know a bunch of folks that are listening are probably be on the road to your 4th of July destination. So we'll probably open up the phone lines tomorrow. We'll see if G. Scott's in the building, if he's going to be working like we're going to be working. We will certainly do our Here's the Thing. So Zane, I'm going to imagine, has got a zinger or two that he's already dialed up.
He's already sent a picture of him with you and a picture of him with Salk, and said that he's left 2 messages for Here's the Thing. It's a 2-parter.
Yeah, I'm gonna imagine Zane's gonna try to hog that. So if you all want to be a part of that, you got to go to the app, and right there you can leave us a fun message, and we will do that tomorrow morning at 8. Salky's going to join us at the end of the show today at 9:30 to talk about some of these trade proposals. Adam Jude with a great piece over there at the Seattle Times. We'll take a swing at it here before Salk does at 9:30, and then Jeff Passan just 30 minutes from now. Right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
If you're going to get tossed some meatballs and stuff, all you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event this Saturday, July 5th through July 20th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99, was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever. Right now at the Home Depot.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
Dayandnight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
Dayandnight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net.
The countdown is on.
21 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Huard. And Brooke Huard.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
Brian, you probably not had the opportunity to meet Heather Wynn yet, have you, Salk's wife?
I have not, no.
Take the bull by the hands right there. I got to hang with her over the weekend, and Cecily and Avery, and let me just tell you, she is such a sweetheart. Salk tries to come on here and say she's actually not that nice, if you knew. But let me just tell you, like, when you meet, and you've met different players' wives through the years, and you're just like, wow, what a gem. You are a lucky, lucky man. And for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever it was the other night, and I sent Salk this a text yesterday. It wouldn't have been the wedding, honestly. It would not have been complete without him and his family. You know, you feel that. Molly said to me yesterday, she's like, gosh, I feel a little blue. And I'm like, what's going on? Other than we have colds, just like I think everyone in the wedding party kind of had a little rundown cold, including Haley and Dylan. She's like, I don't know. I feel a little blue after spending so much time with such great people and great friends, you know? And you're just kind of reminded, like, man, I love those people. Not too different than teams that I think you were on, right? That I was on. You get around that team and you know, like, that next year, man, we'll never have that again. Some of those people. And you get a reunion, you get kind of that snapshot back to like, wow, that was such a special crew. That's what it felt like Saturday night in Montana.
That's special. That's such a good point too. Going on about a whole season, you spend a whole season with the crew, especially when you're good. You guys are meshing, you're bonding, and then right when that season's over and everyone goes separate ways, it's like it's just this big old just letdown. Just
yes.
And I always got sick. Like almost a week after the season, 2 weeks after
like
the season. I'd get sick.
Yeah.
It's like your body just shuts down on you. Says, hey, we need rest. You were on such a high for 6 months. Like, take a step back and crash, and I'm going to make you sick so you actually relax. That's probably exactly the feeling of that wedding.
It is. Yep. And a decent little segue here is baseball is a little different. I know the NFL trade deadline the last couple of years has picked up a little pace. You've actually seen some moves and some teams do some things, but not like baseball. Baseball is really built seasonally, so you do have this stretch of 50 games where you're figuring yourself out, and the next 50 games really go deciding like, okay, are we in, are we out? And then the trade deadline's gonna approach and gonna happen, and you have an opportunity, to add to your roster, to add some difference makers. And Adam Jude yesterday, I thought, put together a really, really good piece we'll go into more detail with Salk with this a little bit later, but put together a great little piece with a lot of different names as Adam covers the Mariners, filling in for Ryan Divish's really small shoes. He's done an amazing job, and put together a bunch of names and some of these that we have talked about, and the Ryan O'Hearn is certainly an Orioles as the Orioles continue to struggle a little bit and look like they're going to be out of it. It's a familiar name. As you watched last night, the first baseman, Kansas City's Vinny Pasquantino, you watched him last night? Are you thinking, I'd love to see that guy as Seattle Mariner? Does he feel like he moves the needle enough?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I'm thinking more of I want to see Gino back. Gino Suarez.
Gino's your guy? Okay, so that was going to be my question.
Yeah,
if you could look at all these different names and all these different opportunities, the name for you is still Gino Suarez?
It is. And I mean, 26 home runs, just to add that with Cal Raleigh. I mean, and the fact that what he brought to this locker room as well. When he was in this
they call it a clubhouse in baseball, Brian.
Why? That's the real question. Why? There's lockers in there?
No, it's a clubhouse. No, it's
a clubhouse.
It's a clubhouse.
These little things.
Little nuances.
Little nuances. It's unbelievable. But
so you want the familiar. You want somebody that you know kind of inside and out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to question any Mariners moves or anything, but when they let Gino go or when he was able to sign other places, I questioned that. I was like, why? Why would they do that? That's a guy that you'd want to keep because he's kind of I know he doesn't hit for high average or anything, but he was consistent. You knew what you were going to get with him.
So the name that moved the needle, certainly in the social realms yesterday, was Adam mentioning Alex Bregman, right? A guy that Mariner fans are familiar with, a guy that we spent a lot of time this offseason talking about. I saw a lot of folks saying, what in the world? How could the Mariners have any interest in Alex Bregman now when they didn't have it this offseason? Well, remember a couple things. Remember, number one, he's a Scott Boras guy, and not many Scott Boras guys become Seattle Mariners. Number two, within the construct of his deal that he ultimately signed, he had opt-outs. This isn't an NFL contract. These MLB contracts are very different. And many of these players, if they've not gotten their, what they've wanted, and certainly Boras's guys, they have structured it, Brian, so that on a year-to-year basis, they can opt out. So if they have a really great year, like Matt Chapman did, as he signed in free agency with the Giants, he can opt out and say, nope, you know what, my market value is now far greater, and I want more guarantees and more years and more money. So Bregman's deal was a 3-year, what was it, a little less than $100 million, I believe, Lyle, is that right? 3 years, a little less than $100 million. But with opt-outs, player opt-outs after each season. So he wasn't coming to Seattle this offseason. He was not coming to this ballpark to try to build his market value. He wanted to go someplace to really perform, and that someplace has been Fenway. Now he's out with a quad injury, and this thing has been about 5 weeks, which is also a little bit alarming. But I say all of that. Would Alex Bregman move the needle for you more than a Suarez and more than some of these other names?
It would, but I don't think it's realistic. As you kind of some of the things that you just mentioned. Why in the world would the Red Sox get rid of Devers if they were planning on dealing Bregman? And when that was the whole situation in the first place, where Devers couldn't play third base because Bregman's why? Right. That would make no sense. And I feel like the Boston media would have a heyday if they got rid of both those guys.
Sure.
Why not just deal Bregman in the first place if that's the guy you're going to get rid of?
Well,
so
it could be a rental. Like they would look at it and say, well, it's a rental, and we could get back Felny and Celestine, right? We could get back one of your top 10 prospects, and then all of a sudden after the season, maybe we got a wink deal with Scott Boras that all of a sudden like, hey man, yeah, we're going to rent you. This is a lost season for us, unfortunately. A number of injuries. We lose Cassis. We lose Bregman for 6-7 weeks. We move on from Devers, and maybe, we'll do a little wink deal that will send you to Seattle for 2.5, 3 months, but we'll get you back after the season when you opt out, right? I mean, that's a possibility too.
Yeah, is that the things that Boras does? Is that kind of a Boras move there?
Yeah,
the baseball contract situation baffles me. Could you imagine having the choice to be a free agent every single year in a contract like that? I mean, I'm guessing Cal Raleigh doesn't have that in his contract, correct? With the 6-year, $105 million deal that he just signed, because that would be something. He'd be like, I'm opting out after this season.
That's right.
So that's a good, but that's wild to me. Baseball, Brock, what were we doing to ourselves playing football? What were we doing?
Yeah. Well, football, baseball. Did you see what Shea just signed for in the NBA?
Oh,
you want to talk? You want to talk about the contracts that you really want? How about $74 million a year? 4 years, no, $72 million. 4 years, $278 million for SGA. $72 million
all guaranteed
per year, all guaranteed. Yeah, if we could have only been basketball players, Brian, instead of just, football, the 80%ers in football, just trying to make our way. Hey, we'll have Jeff Passan. He'll fill in a bunch of blanks. You asked that question. Go ahead. Write that one down on your little notes there. Ask Passan about Boris and whether or not that could be a possibility. We'll dig into that. A whole bunch more with Mr. Passan after we give you everything you need to know next right here on Brock and Salk with Brian sitting in for Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
It's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
you're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Huard here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with a Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is strikeout number 7 for Brian Wu.
Home. Home is where you get to cook things up just the way you like.
Swing and a miss.
Where you're never afraid to get in the kitchen.
Hey, got him. A huge strikeout from Logan Gilbert in 7th tonight.
Where you serve. Carve. Put some extra mustard on it.
There's the fist pump by Luis Castillo. Strikeout number 10 on the night.
And get a little spicy.
Set a heater at 100. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andres Munoz.
Now you're cooking with gas. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
Don't miss Friday's 4th of July celebration at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners are taking on the Pirates at 1:10, and the first 10,000 fans will head home with a patriotic trucker hat. Then the fun continues with J.P. Crawford basketball jersey night Saturday at 7:10, with the first 15,000 fans scoring a one-of-a-kind jersey. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, up first, the Mariners just could not quite get that hit last night. Fell behind early. Emerson just didn't really have it in the first couple innings, but they plugged away, and man, did I love Williamson's approach. A nice little RBI. He gets to third on a fly ball. He plays with such energy and effort. You get that game to 5-3, and you think, all right, here we go. Give yourself even more traffic, and they did that in the 6th, and then there was a double play to end it. And they do it in the 7th, 1st and 2nd, a 3-0 count for Cole Young. And unfortunately, into a double play. Dan Wilson, the skip, talking about those double plays and the impact really and the momentum of that game last night.
As we know, they fight till the end, and you know, it's not always a base hit. It's just some really good at bats, some key walks there to get on base and create some traffic, and that's. You know, those were strong at bats, and the double play got us a couple times late in the game. But again, guys doing what they need to do to get on base and create the pressure that we like to put on the other team.
It does feel, Brian, that word pressure, right? We've heard it for years and years. You want to be hard to play against. You're going to hear it from the GM of the Kraken here in just a second. It does feel like through 80-some games this year, doesn't it feel like these Mariners offensively are pressurizing that opponent and the opposing pitching staff a little bit more than they have in previous?
I think so. And you look at the last night's game, you're still just one swing away from making it a game, even taking the lead. You're one swing, so you're putting yourself in those situations to keep fighting back. From the get-go with this game, the Mariners were playing from behind. I mean, the opening hitter hit a double for the Royals, so you just knew it was going to be one of those games where Mariners got to show some fight, and they did. I thought they fought well. They kept in it. They could have easily just kind of thrown in the towel and let the Royals pile it on, but they kept fighting back, a run here, a run there, and unfortunately those double plays did come back to haunt them and kind of just struck out any rally they had going. But you're right, the pressure they put on the Royals, it was good to see. It's good to see the fight they had.
Yeah, and I did see a little note from the Royals manager. I always look at these after the games, and he said, man, the Mariners are hard to play against because they have these guys off the bench from the right side, from the left side, like a little more complete roster when it's healthy, a little more challenging. They just couldn't find a way to get it done, and maybe the reason why is in the second thing you need to know.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, you hit on it earlier, Brian. Cal Raleigh taking home run derby BP. That's why he had the golden sombrero last night, right? Why he went 0 for 4. He was wiped out. Did you listen to Cal with Shannon Dreyer? Listen to this sound. Cal Raleigh he's out of breath with all the effort it took as he caught up with Shannon.
It was a little exhausting, not gonna lie. It was tiring, a lot of swings, and like I just said, I think we learned, you got to slow it down a little bit and maybe swing a little slower, not swing as hard. So, try to go for more quality over quantity, because I think, when we get there, the adrenaline's going to be going, so we're going to be going plenty fast. It's just going to be about slowing it down and, hitting that rhythm.
As you said, it's such a bummer. Did him doing any of that with his brother and his dad, and they're going to practice. All these guys practice. When they've not been in it, this is not uncommon, right? They're all going to get a practice. I mean, for his dad more than anybody else, like, hey, Pops, this is what I want. This is where I want the ball. This is, remember how good Julio's BP pitcher was? That guy was unbelievable, setting him up for success. But as you said, the optics of it, not really great.
Terrible.
Striking out 4 times.
I know. The timing is just not good, especially when you're defending. Like, hey, no, he'll be fine. Like, this is go hit in the home run derby, go do that, and then the first day that you take BP, it's 4 strikeouts. But yeah, I think it's just coincidence, 100%. He had some good swings on the ball. But Brock, you play golf, right?
Yes.
When you go to the driving range before a round, are you just pounding 50, 75, 100 drivers? Just getting loose, just swinging?
Actually, no.
It's kind of, to me, what that was. Cal going out there, just swinging for the fences a bunch and then going to play a game. I think you'd be a little bit exhausted because you don't want to do that in golf either. Swing drivers a bunch of time.
I have a sense he's not going to probably do that again. That would be
I think that's a few.
My sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Not just for the optics of it, but he's also playing catcher. He's also playing 160 games this year, and
And I think that was the plan all along. Whether he hit 4 home runs last night or struck out 4 times, the plan was not. He's not going to do that every night. It's just to get a feel, get yourself a little more comfortable with the situation in the home run derby. Unfortunately, the timing of the 4 strikeouts was not it.
I think he does it 1 or 2 more times. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, but not every night. He's not doing it every day.
I think he's going to do it a couple more times. That's what these guys do. We gotta put this to rest. He did not strike out 4 times because he was practicing for the Derby. That's ridiculous.
I 100% agree with that. 100%.
Lyle got the texters riled up this morning, telling them that there was no issue and they need to let it go. He was getting some mean messages.
Yeah, the whole thing is ridiculous. The whole point of the home run derby is to pull fly balls in the air. Cal Raleigh's whole game is pulling fly balls in the air. Like, okay, one night he had an off game. Like, yeah.
All right, Lyle.
I think he's fine.
Push.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The texters were a little riled up, Maura, you say? They were a little fired up?
Oh, yeah, he was getting some mean messages after our first Need to Know this morning. They did not like him lecturing them on Cal.
No.
Needed to be said.
Oh, I love you, Lyle. A lot of people are loving what the Kraken are doing. It looks like they at least have an identity of the kind of team they want to build, a little more abrasive, a little more physical. They did that earlier in the offseason with the move. Yesterday, they add another defenseman. I'll let the GM of the Kraken, Jason Botterill, talk about this next move they made.
Oh, it was a situation where we've talked about it, I think, a lot about being stronger to play against in front of both nets. That's one of the reasons why we went after Marchment in the trade category, and then why we went after Lindgren in the free agency here. Just his physicality, his compete out there, helping our PK, which needs to get better this year for sure too. And then just you look at his track record of playing in big games, knowing what it takes to have success in the playoffs. Certainly excited to bring his culture to our organization.
You know what I love about hockey? Is I love some of the verbiage they use. It is different. And how compete is, it's not competing, it's not a verb. His compete. It's like a noun. It's a thing, right? His compete. Not his compete level, not competing every day, Pete, but his compete. I think I'm going to add that to my lexicon. What do you think?
I've never heard that before. That was the first time hearing that.
Do you like it?
I kind of like it.
Think
It's
about
different. Those hockey guys are different in a good way. I mean, they're just built different. They're wired
His
different.
compete.
It
How's
is.
Brian's compete?
Yeah, my compete.
How was your compete? The essence of your compete.
I don't see. It's even hard for me to respond to
I mean,
that. I'm not quite grasping it.
When you talk about compete, this goalie they just picked up, Matt Murray, had bilateral hip surgery, and he's still out there doing splits and stuff. Can you imagine?
bilateral hip surgery?
Yeah, he was out the entire 2023-24 season.
Yeah, they had to do one hip in 23, one hip in 24, and now
And then
the
to
hips will
stretch
be
the
ready
way
to roll in
goalies do?
25. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Think about that compete. Let me know in 5 minutes what you think about that. We probably won't ask Jeff Passan about that because we got a lot to ask him about. The draft is right around the corner. What does he think of an Alex Bregman's name being thrown into this whole trade deadline possibility? Does he buy what I said earlier in the show? As Cal goes, the Mariners go. As Julio goes, the Mariners ceiling goes. That and so much more with our favorite baseball friend, Jeff Passan, who joins us next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Summer is here, and now is the time to break through those weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. No drugs, no side effects, no calorie counting, no exercise. Just teaching you the simple steps to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long term. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and picture being down 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days with our help. At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle changes. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, look your best this summer. Even with a busy schedule and vacation, the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan isn't going to cause much disruption. Don't wait or put it off because you're busy. Lose weight during this summer and watch that transformation really happen for you.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
Hey, Brock Huard here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
21 days until Seahawks training camp, and Seahawks training camp lives on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain?
I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you might get a little double bonus here, Brian Walters.
How so?
Not only is Jeff Passan going to join us, I think we might even get Jeff Passan on camera. Ooh. So yeah, it's kind of a big deal when that happens. So Maura or Lyle, just let me know if and when we get Jeff Passan. He was over in London. We'll hear about that. Pretty cool news. He doesn't want to talk a ton about it, but pretty cool news that his son is going to go play college baseball at, I believe, Williams College, Williams School, Williams University. I should probably know that. Look at my notes. But pretty cool deal that he's got a son that's followed the passion and the love of the game of baseball. Is going to get to continue to play that on collegiately. And do we have Jeff? Any Jeff yet? No Jeff yet?
He apparently did not have the link still from yesterday, so I sent it, and he is he is trying to join us.
Yeah, we're
efforting. He's in process.
Oh, very good. You know what Jeff has as well, Brian? He's got high compete.
You
had a few minutes to think about it. What do you think? Are you going to add that?
I'm still not grasping it. I'm not going to add it to my vocabulary. Not yet. Okay. I'm going to talk to a couple hockey guys about it.
Do you think we should ask Jeff about Cal Raleigh's early BP for the home run derby? What do you think? Or you think that's a more localized
stir the pot a little bit with it? No, I think we have to ask about it. I
think we do, and I think we have to ask about Bregman. Actually, the more that I think about this, and I know where Salk's going to be on this in an hour. Mike's going to join us, talk about some of these different trade possibilities and moves. He's also going to put together a ranking of rankings that I'm super excited about, all about the Huard wedding and all the notes that he took there as well. But I got to be honest, the more that I think about this, you like Eugenio Suarez, and I get it. He's had an unbelievable first half. I mean, if we're not for Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge, he has, 26 home runs, would be right up there amongst some of the best, and an unbelievable first half. So I get it, and the good vibes. But there's something about Bregman that I would just, if I had to just pick one, and I know it's a little polarizing because he's a little salty, and we hated him when he was a Houston Astro. But, man, if you're talking about, really moving the needle, someone that's been in big moments, that's won World Series, that's been in the playoffs, that's an absolute pest and a great defensive third baseman to boot, I don't know, man. I'm leaning a little bit more into that Bregman train.
Yes, I think it would be awesome if you could do it, but I just don't think it's realistic, and that's why I don't even want to. You
don't want to entertain it.
I don't even want to entertain it because I don't foresee that happening with the. I kind of talked about it. Yeah.
You know what? Let's do it then. Let's just ask right from the jump, because it was the name that moved the needle the most yesterday. Adam Jude from the Seattle Times put out a really good piece. Jeff Passan here with us. Nice to see you, my friend. And as you could imagine, the name that just stirred the pot the most was one Alex Bregman. Do you think that there is any possibility in a contract that's got an opt-out at the end of the year that you could rent Alex Bregman if you're the Seattle Mariners for the next 2.5 months?
I think there's a question of could versus should versus would.
All right.
Could they? Sure. They have the money to do it. They have the prospects to do it. They have the motivation to do it. And for that reason, should they? Absolutely, they should. Alex Bregman is potentially the most impactful guy to move at this deadline. And if you're a Seattle Mariners team that's kind of treading water right now, in a playoff spot, but like clearly weaknesses, and the most striking of those weaknesses right now, third base, then yes, you should, because you have the ability, you have the desire, you have everything in place. Would they? I mean, we get back to the same question that we do every offseason. Would the Mariners go out and spend real money on a guy who's going to improve their team? And up to this point, they have not shown a willingness to do that. Now, yes, Brock, he can opt out after this season. But man, if he doesn't, that's $40 million a year for next season, with the ability to opt into another $40 million in the 2027 season. And it's just not John Stanton's style to do that. So I'm not trying to pigeonhole an owner here and say that he would not do that. I'm just saying history tells us he would not do that.
Hey, Jeff, on that, I'm curious, does this have anything... Bregman is a Scott Boras client, correct?
That is correct.
Does that have anything to do with this? I mean, we haven't had Seattle hasn't seen a Scott Boras client in over 25 years. Does that have anything to do with him potentially not coming to Seattle?
I think because the contract is in place right now already, it's a little different scenario. Like you're not negotiating with anybody else potentially. There are no other teams that are going to be involved with the terms. You're just inheriting what's there already. And so I think the Mariners would go into this with eyes wide open about that if Alex Bregman has the kind of production that you are hoping that he would have, then he would probably opt out, and those last 2 years at $40 million would not be your issue anymore. But you also have to account for the fact that a $40 million average annual value is something that only a handful of guys in Major League Baseball have. That is Shohei Ohtani, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge territory. And as good as Alex Bregman is, he is not Ohtani or Soto or Judge. So if you're the Mariners, do you feel like, beyond John Stanton, if you're Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander, do you feel like $40 million a year when this organization has already set budgets, when you have Logan Gilbert, who's going to be getting a raise in arbitration. You have George Kirby, who's going to be getting a raise in arbitration. You got Cal Raleigh locked in. You've got Julio Rodriguez locked in. But there are other elements of this payroll that are bound to go up. And if you're the Mariners and you know that your payroll is going to be finite and that a move like Bregman could potentially keep you from doing more in the winter, is that something you want to do? Do you want to go and splash it around? And I think, guys, there's a really good argument to be made that the answer is yes. I mean, I have heard Mike Salk on this program multiple times detail the number of dollars that they have spent on this panoply of guys that they've brought in, trying to piecemeal together an everyday lineup over the last few years, and there have been failures. And Alex Bregman has been one of the most consistent players in Major League Baseball over the last decade. So if you are going to invest in a guy, say one who has shown that consistency is a worthwhile investment, particularly considering that free agents can be a little hesitant to go to Seattle. They can be hesitant because of the ballpark. They can be hesitant because of the travel. It would be frustrating, I think, for fans, and understandably, like, hey, we could have just gone after him in free agency and signed him and not had to give up prospects to get him, but that's the sort of thinking that's just, it's not realistic right now. They did what they did in free agency. Now this is a completely different situation, time, and we look at an American League that, yes, is wide open and has a lot of teams that can make one of those runs. But right now, the Mariners have a playoff spot, guys. And you can't discount how impactful that is on a team's trade deadline plans. I mean, 3 weeks ago, the Kansas City Royals thought that they were going to be buying at the trade deadline. Now, I don't know. I don't think that they've proven themselves all that worthy of doing so at this point, giving up prospects, potentially harming the future because they're just not playing well. So a lot of this is going to be dictated by how the Mariners are playing.
As you were flying across the pond yesterday, and we missed you yesterday, had you jumped on, I was going to obviously start this conversation with one Cal Raleigh, who hit his 33rd home run on June 30th, tying Ken Griffey Jr. and only looking up at Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire, who were a little more enhanced. Yeah. So can you just add any context to what Cal Raleigh is doing here through the first 80-some games of this season, Jeff?
Yeah, it's an unprecedented first half for a catcher. And unprecedented is not a word that means it's been done a few times or, it is done once a decade. No, this is like a game, guys, that has been around for 150 years. And Cal Raleigh is doing things that no catcher has done before him. And I think it's pretty awesome to see. And I'm just excited that the rest of the country, those who maybe haven't understood what Cal Raleigh has done in this half are going to hear about it all weekend and all week at the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. Like, this is going to be, I'm not going to say coming out party nationally because, social media does its thing, and I think baseball fans know who Cal Raleigh is. You see it in the All-Star vote, like he's going to be the starter at catcher. All of those things are great, but it's really just going to be a chance to get a spotlight on him in the Derby, starting in the game and likely batting among the top four, in this absolutely stacked lineup that the American League's going to have, and getting flowers that are much deserved because the guy has been, for everyone else, a revelation, but for the city of Seattle, the best version of Big Dumper that we've seen yet.
Jeff, if teams continue, or if Cal to continue this pace and this home run hitting barrage he's on, how important are the guys around Cal to kind of keep teams from pitching away from him and putting him on base?
The intentional walk is not quite what it used to be, though we did see earlier this week James Wood with the Washington Nationals get intentionally walked 4 times. We have seen Aaron Judge get intentionally walked now and then. But to your point, we don't really see it very often with Shohei Ohtani. And why is that? Because Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman are lurking there. When you got that kind of protection behind you, you're not going to get intentionally walked. And right now, I wouldn't say that Cal Raleigh has that kind of protection behind him necessarily, but I'll say this. I don't know what the lineup would look like with Bregman in it. Bregman probably would hit in front of Cal, actually. But having any sort of superior protection than he's got right now would mitigate any desire from teams to potentially intentionally walk him.
I tweeted last night, Jeffrey, and it was kind of a tough night, obviously, for Cal and Julio, 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts. But tweeted out last night that as Cal goes, so go the Mariners. I think I've heard that from one Jeff Passan this year. As Cal goes, so go the Mariners. As Julio goes, so goes the ceiling of the Mariners. Is that fair?
I like that, Brock. Look at you.
Thank you.
The quarterback's a wordsmith.
I mean, I don't
too.
use.
My
I don't.
goodness.
I don't use words like panoplia or whatever you did earlier. But that panoply. But I don't know. I look at Julio and I just see a guy 4 years in. He reminds me, if he was a quarterback, he reminds me of Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, when he came out, was number 1 pick in the draft. Trevor Lawrence was held in such high esteem. Trevor Lawrence is 6'4", throws a ball 80 yards, and had tremendous accolades. Is a super talented guy, super toolsy guy. Has shown flashes of greatness and leading a team to a playoffs. But at times, you're just like, okay, what are you, Trevor Lawrence? 4 years in, like, what are you? 4 years in, Julio in the batter's box. I'm like, what are you, Julio? Are you a power guy? Are you on a base guy? Are you an aggressive guy? What are you? You're just kind of searching for that identity, and I think that kind of leads to my thought there that as Cal goes, the Ams go. As Julio goes, the ceiling of their success really goes.
Brock, you know why that works? Every week before I come on the show, just to give you a little sense of my nerd process here, I always go to Fangraphs, and I always go to the splits, and I pull it down to the part of the menu that says last 7 days. And it's interesting to look at the last 7 days of Julio Rodriguez every week because they are never the same.
Right.
Some weeks he has great power and struggles to get on base. Some weeks he's got a high batting average but a low slugging percentage. Some weeks his wins above replacement or lofted up there because of his defense. And I think what we've seen with Julio and the reason that we can't put our thumb on who is Julio Rodriguez is because we've never seen that consistent version of him that's doing the same thing week in, week out. And it's not like an inconsistency where you have like these valleys, these nadirs, and then these absolute huge peaks. It's usually just somewhere in the realm of, yeah, he was good this week. Like he was good enough this week. And good enough goes a long way. It's just a different version of good enough, right? So it's going to be interesting come August and September, and hopefully for the Mariners October, to see which of those goods that the Mariners get, and particularly whether they are what the Mariners need in those moments, because there are going to be some weeks like this week where Randy Arozarena is going off, and when you have that protection behind Cal, when you have that power in the lineup, it goes a long way, and Julio doesn't necessarily need to provide it. But yeah. The Mariners reach their peak when Julio Rodriguez reaches his. I think that's a really reasonable and fair thing to say.
Jeff, on Julio, like these inconsistencies, would you, if you were to point to one thing to credit this, would you go toward maybe the pitcher's approach toward him? Would you go toward maybe his plate discipline? Would you go to him tinkering too much out there, trying to change things during the season? What would you kind of put a lot of these consistencies on?
I think ultimately it probably goes back to the plate discipline. I mean, like over the last 7, he has not walked, right? And so we'll see those weeks where it's like, Julio's going to be at his best when he does something that he's never done before, and that something is like a 350 plus on base percentage. If he can get there and get a little more power, he's in the MVP conversation because the defense in center field is so good. But I think one of the frustrating things with Julio is you look back historically, guys, and his walk rate has gone down every year of his career. And his strikeout rate is down this year too. So I can't sit here and be aggrieved by where he's at the plate. It's just the area in which you hoped that he would find a little bit more consistency or have developed a little bit more skill. He has not to this point. And it's going to be interesting to see over the course of time whether he does. Because, look, if this is a guy who can get his walk rate from, sub 6% to 8, 9, maybe even 10, maybe he's just a tiger with the stripes and that never happens. But we've seen that happen occasionally with guys. And if that's the case, I think it unlocks something different from him. I think that is where he finds the best version of himself, being more selective with pitches, not chasing, and taking advantage of this immense natural skill set that he's got that has tantalized us for as long as it has and continues in his 4th season now for us not to look at Julio Rodriguez as what he is, but as this unfinished project, as this dream of what still could be.
Okay, I think you're like me, and maybe like some of the audiences as well, Mr. Passan, with us. This time on a Wednesday, we missed him yesterday because you circled back to Bregman, and you thought about this lineup, and you thought about, wow, if you go J.P. Crawford and Alex Bregman and Cal and Randy and Julio, I mean, that just looks and feels like a kind of playoff lineup. So back to your should. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I think you might be leading me to where I was going to go.
Could, should, would. Would the Red Sox ever really do this? And if so, what would it cost, you think, from a prospect standpoint?
Would they? I think if they continue playing the way that they have, a sub-500 baseball team, they absolutely would. Okay. What would it cost? It's going to be interesting because we got to look at other teams that need third base solutions. I don't know if the Yankees and Red Sox would ever pull off a deal like this, but the New York Yankees sure could use a third baseman. I don't know if the Detroit Tigers would pay for this, but perhaps the Tigers' most inconsistent position has been third base. And on top of that, the Tigers were the runners-up to sign him this winter. I don't know if the New York Mets are going to need him. They have Brett Beatty, they have Ronnie Mauricio, and now they have Mark Vientos, who came into the season with all-star aspirations and has just been a real disappointment. But surely the Mets have the finances to go out and do that. And then the Chicago Cubs, another team that was in the mix for Bregman this winter. And arguably the best team of all of those that I've mentioned so far. Their lineup is awesome. They're a run-scoring juggernaut, but at the same time, adding a guy like Bregman makes any team better. So I'm not saying there's going to be competition for Alex Bregman, and that's really what the price is going to depend upon, Brock. If the Red Sox can get all of these teams reasonably engaged, the price will be high. It's not just going to be Harry Ford at that point. And I think the Red Sox would be inclined to potentially package Bregman, but where I was going is, what would you rather if the Mariners are going to have to go out and spend some prospect capital? What would you rather get if you are Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander? Would you prefer Alex Bregman and a second piece from the Red Sox, or would you prefer Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Well, I think
and that's not a rhetorical question, guys. I'm curious, as people who follow the Mariners every day, which of those deals do you believe would be superior for them?
Oh, the Bregman one is just tantalizing because he brings so much freaking edge. I know that.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, Salk's going to join us in about 35 minutes to talk about some of this, and then Jeffrey, he's going to rank the wedding. We're running out of time. Let me just tell you, the wedding was unbelievable this weekend. It was such a blast, and it was one of those kind of surreal moments that you're just thankful for. And I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you in the final minute to see your son, right? You're a baseball guy. You love this game of baseball, and we get to see the report that your son's going to get to go play college baseball. How freaking cool for the Passan family was that?
Awesome. Like, you see them grow up, and all you want for your kids is for them to find something that they love and that they're willing to dedicate their time and their passion and their effort to. And, it could have been anything with Jack. Like, it is. He does speech and debate and made nationals this year. And, he's got a wide variety of interests. But the fact that baseball is one of those, and that he worked hard enough to put himself in a position to go to the school that he wanted to go to more than anything. Nothing, having seen this, nothing in the world is better than watching your kids succeed. Nothing at all. And yours did this weekend, and congratulations to you. And with like 10 seconds to go, I have to ask, what kind of wedding guest is Mike Salk?
The best. We're talking. Are we talking like on the dance floor, like getting people going? How many buttons did he lose by the end of the wedding? That to me is the real gauge of wedding guest. I think I sent you the video, the 11-second video of him dancing near the end of the evening, right?
I didn't get it.
Oh,
I gotta go look at that.
Oh, I'll resend it to you. Drink in one hand, glow stick in the other. I think the jacket off at that point, feeling warm. Jeffrey, I've said this. In fact, my brother said it to him. He said, why don't you guys do afternoon drive? That way, Salk, you can have some drinks in you, because when you're warm, you are the warmest, friendliest, happiest, just the guy that everybody wants to be with. And, Salk was terrific. So thank you, my friend. We're up against it. But that rhetorical question or non-rhetorical question, I have a sense we'll probably be talking about next Wednesday, and then the Wednesday after, and then the Wednesday up to the deadline, and we'll have all sorts of fun with it. That is Jeff Passan. He joins us every single week. We love him. We're late. We'll dig into that exact question, when we come back on the other side. It's Brock and Salk.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yeah, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The countdown is on.
21 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Huard and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Huard, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
I've said about myself many times, Brian, I was a blacksmith. I was never an artist. Mike Holmgren one time was like, I need you to be more of an artist. I need you to be creative. I need you, on 2-Jet, the blitz comes and you didn't make the right call. Just create something, make something out of nothing and not be just such a blacksmith. Well, I'm a blacksmith. And the good news is, typically blacksmiths stay on time. It's like the one thing I can do on this show is I can go to break on time. Not that time. Not with Mr. Passan and ask him about his boy and the wedding and all that fun stuff. So we're a little bit late, but Mr. Passan did provide a really good, fair question. That honestly, as he was talking about it, and I was looking at all the names that Adam Jude presented in his article yesterday, and we ran through this, and we'll do so with Salk here in about 25 minutes when he jumps on the show. Just point blank, answer the question, jerk. If you had to decide in a hypothetical world between Alex Bregman or a Eugenio Suarez and a Josh Naylor, if those two situations were very similar from the same prospects you've got to give up and the moves you got to make for your Seattle Mariners in this 2025 season, where they do find themselves right now the third wild card at 44 and 41, would you rather have a Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor on 2-month rentals, or the opportunity to have Bregman, yes, who does have an opt-out, but for 2 more years beyond this season?
Yeah, that's the key question right there, because Bregman's going to do the opt-out. So I'm going to take 2 bats. I think 2 bats is better than 1, especially those bats. You have Suarez with 26 home runs. And
hold on 1 second. Let me just pause you there.
Okay.
Bregman's going to take the opt-out?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Well, you just heard from Jeff. It's like a player option in the NBA where you got to read the market and realize, like, hey, man, it's $40 million a year, average annual contract. And this is a year that Bregman's missed the last 5 weeks. I mean, let's throw that into the fold as well. He's had a quad strain. He's getting older. And all of a sudden he's got, oh, by the way, a looming possible labor negotiation in baseball as well that is looming, that I've got on a deal 2 more years beyond this at average annual value close to Ohtani and Soto. Do I really want to opt out of that?
Well, for the sake of the argument, you're expecting Bregman to come in and put up Bregman-type numbers. That's why you're getting him. That's why you are trading for him. So I'm going to assume Bregman is going to excel and going to put up big numbers. I'm not going to assume he's going to be injured. I'm not going to assume he's going to hit, below 200. Yeah, I'm assuming the best of Bregman and the best of Suarez and Naylor. That's what I'm doing with this deal.
Gotcha.
And to me, I'm going to pick the best of the 2 bats. I'm going to pick Suarez and Naylor and get those guys dialed in, just because I think those are 2 positions to fill. And if you can do it in 1 trade, that would be huge. First base, third base, boom, done, and you're off. You're rolling. And that makes such a stacked lineup if you're Mariners fans. And so, yes, if I'm assuming Bregman's going to have great stats, and so therefore he will opt out. That's what I'm assuming. So that's my argument to that one.
Okay, 866-979-3776, 866-979-3776. Be very curious on the little text toy, which you can look at in front of you. If you are given that choice, just a pure hypothetical here, and you're the Mariners and you could make a move, and both of these moves are on the table, are you texting in Bregman? You want Bregman? Or are you texting in Gino and Naylor? So just curious if we can get a quick little poll. It sounds like Maura and Lyle, you guys debated this at 6:45 this morning. Is that true? 6:45, you were already on this? Like, you knew Jeff Passan would bring it up exactly 2 hours later?
Well, Salk has brought up the idea of getting Naylor and Suarez together. So I was just assuming that if you get Bregman, that might be the only bat that you're able to get. But if you could get 2 bats, even if it's not Naylor and Suarez, if it's, similar, it's hard not to want to go with the 2 bats, just because, especially with this park, and you see how guys can kind of have their ups and downs and go through slumps. Suarez knows how to hit here. And Bregman, from Daniel Kramer's report in the offseason, when they weren't interested in him, they said his hitting profile doesn't align with the ballpark compared to Houston's.
Right. Okay, so you're leading.
So at least you get Suarez, who can hit here, and you get Naylor, and you have 2 guys who you can maybe work through their ups and downs if they do have some inconsistencies.
And obviously these are hypotheticals because, well, the Arizona Diamondbacks GM a couple weeks ago said, yeah, we're buyers. We're not selling this season, and obviously they're still hovering in that 500 mark as well. Lyle, did
Bregman's
you weigh
a hypothetical as well? Yeah,
exactly. Like the Red Sox, we'll see what happens with them. The Yankees have fallen back a little bit. That division's fairly open. The wild card is wide open. So these are hypotheticals. I understand that. Lyle, you weigh in one side or the other. Are you a Bregman guy like our buddy Salk?
I was going to say before Maura jumped in there that Maura and I actually scooped Jeff Passan on this, but however you want to interpret her.
Heck yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You could tell Salk I actually gave him credit for something.
Oh, there you go. That too.
Great. Yes.
I would go with what everybody else has gone with and getting the 2 bats. Because, look, just from a WAR perspective and the Mariners needing to fill multiple positions on that infield, this would fill both. And also, I'm going to side with Brian on this. Like, Alex Bregman is opting out of that deal after this year. I'll pretty confidently say that. He's got a 938 OPS right now. Even with the time he's missed, Scott Boras is going to take that and sell that to everybody on the market again this winter. That's number 1. And number 2, with the potential labor negotiation coming up after 2026, this is Bregman's possible last chance to get a real big deal like this before new rules could potentially kick in, if there's a salary cap or not. So even with the time he's missed, I think Scott Boras is going to the teams on the market this winter again, selling Alex Bregman and trying to get him the biggest deal possible before potential new rules kick in. So if the Mariners trade for him, I think it's going to be for 2 months.
I think all that is totally fair. Is that what the text toy is saying? Is the text toy coming back?
The text toy saying heavily Naylor and Suarez, but a lot of it is Bregman's the enemy. We don't like Bregman. Boo Astros. And then there's a lot of love Gino.
Can I ask a question here? Last season,
we got to go. Sorry,
we got to go.
No, you can ask.
Last season at this time, was Randy Arozarena a topic of discussion to trade for?
No,
he was not. So
not really.
There's potential.
I feel like he was.
I just don't remember hearing about him until the trade was actually made. Right?
Yeah. I don't think we talked. I remember, Lyle, when that happened. I think Salk and I both saying, "Gosh, I wish we should have dug into that a little more because it made some sense." But I don't remember spending a ton of time talking about him leading into the deadline last year.
I'm just stirring the pot here. Maybe there's someone the Mariners have that on their radar we aren't even talking about. We're talking about the obvious ones, but. I
think that's very possible. Yeah. I mean, that's what they're doing behind the scenes. The intrigue with Bregman obviously is just the edge that he brings. I will say this: I too lean at the end of the day. At the start of the conversation with Jeff, I think I lean Bregman. I think at the end of it here, after going back and forth, I probably do lean those two bats. That's what data tells you. That's what the NFL draft tells you. That's what NFL free agency tells you. That's what all the analytics tell you, is that you want volume. You want more swings at it. And in this case, you do have somebody you know really well in a Suarez and a Naylor, a little bit like Bregman. It's played a bunch of playoff baseball and been just a feisty, tough sucker at that first base side as well. We will dig into that with Mr. Salk. I promise you that in about 20 minutes or so. The contrarian may have a different opinion on that. He will do a ranking of rankings. Need to know next. This show absolutely flying by right here on Brock and Salk.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
You're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff. All you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Huard here, and I have had my share of a few sports injuries over the year. I know a little bit about pain, but you don't have to be a former pro football player to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis, well, they can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland, that is where he is ready for your call. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor, and I say this confidently because many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately. Dr. Nelson is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. This has been his passion. This has been his heart to help people that are living in pain and get them out of it so they can get back their quality of life. Consider the phone call this morning if you're in that situation with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000, or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
The Golfapalooza of the summer, the Butts Golf Sidewalk Sale. Titleist, FootJoy, TaylorMade, Callaway, the biggest names at 50 to 70% off. It's your time to save, and it all starts Thursday at Butts.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, I'm somebody who struggled with up-close vision. I couldn't read restaurant menus. I couldn't read receipts. I couldn't read the text on my phone. I had this crazy large font on there. I put the readers away. I went to K2 Vision, and I'm actually reading some of what I'm saying to you right now. I couldn't do that before. It's amazing. So if you're like me, you struggle with distance vision, or you always need a pair of glasses, K2 Vision RLE is quick. It's absolutely painless, and I am seeing great without glasses or readers. RLE is a game changer. I'm excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that, more importantly, is permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Being the new kid in high school is hard. I didn't know if I would be accepted or if I'd fit in, because being known is key to who we are. Hi, I'm Peyton Seal. When I first came to King Schools, I knew something was different. My teachers cared about me. I have community. I'm learning who God called me to be.
Sign up for a tour today, and if you enroll, just mention this ad and pay no application fee. Visit joinkings.org for more info. That's joinkings.org, building resilient disciples of Christ through Christian education for 75 years.
Celebrate 50 seasons of Seahawks football at Lumen Field and take your game day to the next level with premium hospitality and incredible views. Host a one-of-a-kind event in a private game day suite or get front row access with sideline and end zone field seats. For more on how to elevate your game day at Lumen Field, visit Seahawks.com/premium.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, first thing you need to know, you probably already do know, and the Mariners could not find a way to get another win. They've been on a nice obvious stretch, 6-4 road trip. Came back Monday, had a great win at home, and then last night put enough traffic on the bases. Brian, you were there watching, and they got a lot of traffic, dug themselves out of a hole, had opportunities, but unfortunately that double play ball from both Solano and Cole Young came back to bite them. Here's the skipper, Dan Wilson, talking about just that traffic and attack.
I mean, these guys, as we know, they fight till the end, and you know, it's not always a base hit. It's just some really good at bats, some key walks there to get on base and create some traffic, and that's. You know, those were strong at bats, and the double play got us a couple times late in the game. But again, guys doing what they need to do to get on base and create the pressure that we like to put on the other team.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question? Is that the buffest pitcher, like in all of baseball, that they faced last night, Lyle? Like Buff Dude Report?
Michael Arunzen?
That dude
is see a picture of him.
Jacked. Like jacked, like gun show, like, you know, I think of the old days with pitchers and just how they didn't lift. Talked to my father-in-law about this. He pitched in the 60s, and I think there was a big belief that, oh my gosh, all lifting does is make you too tight and too muscle-bound. That dude was jacked. You didn't notice that in the stadium last night, Brian?
I didn't. Maybe I was sitting too high up. I gotta get the Brock seats, up there,
the
first
G
row. The G
seats.
seats.
Those would be
the G seats. Okay.
Yeah, the G seats.
Everyone looks the same size from way up above.
That's true.
But so I did not notice that. But I did notice the Royals.
What did you notice?
The Royals made it tough early. They got on the Mariners early. It was just that feel in the park where you just knew the Mariners were going to be struggling not struggling. They didn't struggle. They made a run at it. But just playing catch up the entire game.
It's funny. You brought up yesterday trap game. You thought that maybe coming off of that road trip, just this long, daunting 17 games in 17 days. I didn't think it would be necessarily Monday. I thought last night would have been the one, just kind of physically, mentally, emotionally, because that Monday you're home, it's 85 degrees, right? It's just a beautiful park. And Kansas City is also in the midst of playing a ton of games in a row. I thought last night maybe had a little more of that feel. And then when you see Julio make a run for a ball that it was about 10 feet from him, like you've not seen that all season long, that something worth watching. Obviously these are human beings. And now playing their 13th game in 13 days, they'll look to respond tonight and get back to their winning ways.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we'll see what Bump and Stacy have to say about this. It's been a very polarizing topic. In the 6 a.m. hour, none of you appreciated Lyle's lectures. I mean, who does? Maybe that's a new segment. Lyle's lectures. Lyle's lecture.
By the way, we got the Bump and Stacy show weighing in. Stacy texted me, Lyle is absolutely correct, but then Brian got a text from Bump.
Yeah.
Saying Lyle.
Maybe stay
tell
tuned.
Lyle
Maybe
to cool it is what he said.
Maybe Bump and Stacy are going to get into it about this Cal Raleigh home run derby practice and all the effort he expended. We played earlier. The poor guy's out of breath. He was just spent. And then the golden sombrero follows. And, well, what about Cal's dad? Shannon did such an awesome job interviewing him. Asked about, practicing for this home run derby. Here was Mr. Raleigh, father to Shannon Dreyer yesterday.
Well, I think we learned a lot today. I think going in, we thought we'd have a little less time. It seemed like we had a little more time. I know we just got to find that good rhythm, not be too quick, and just find out. I know he doesn't like to be rushed, but obviously there's a little bit of rush in this. But, yeah, we're just trying to get our rhythm and timing down together, see if he's getting his feet set, when to throw, stuff like that. So I learned a lot today.
I contribute. You know what, Bump? I hope you're listening to this right now before you take over in 40 minutes. But I contribute the 4 strikeouts to Cal as just terrible timing. That's it. Because you look, he's actually struck out, and I don't know if this is a good thing to bring up, but I'm just going to do it for the point of my argument. He struck out 4 times already twice this year.
This is his third golden
This is
sombrero?
his third time striking out 4 times in one game. So, when you look at it that way, he wasn't taking BP for home run derby before those games. So
True.
I'm just going to say it was just a complete coincidence. And I'm sure the next time he takes BP, which will probably be 1 or 2 more times, I'm guessing, before the home run derby, he's going to...
You better not do any more of it. I'll just say that. You better not do any more.
No, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he'll be
I'm with
fine.
Lyle on
Again,
this.
I'm lecturing. And if people want another 5-second lecture, we got all these texts coming in on the text line about how Cole Young should have bunted last night. Nope.
Yeah.
And now we can push.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
So what do we think about these moves that the Kraken have made? Not necessarily our wheelhouse to talk about guys that we don't know a whole bunch about, but the Kraken had a defenseman, Ryan Lindgren. I actually had heard his name because the Avs out in Colorado traded for him midseason. He's a big physical defender, strong on the penalty kill. We heard from the GM a couple different times. But how about this? A career high in assists last year, 18, and goals, 22. I know Mr. Salk's excited. He was very excited about the trade a week ago. And I'll say this, Brian, I've learned this and probably steal this from Salk quite a bit. Any of our teams, be it the Seattle Mariners, be it the University of Washington Huskies, be it the Seattle Seahawks, be it the Seattle Kraken, just have an identity and do the things and add the kind of people and play the kind of games the way you say you want to play them. And for a number of years now, you've looked at this Kraken team, this Kraken organization, Ron Francis, the GM, like, what are you? Who are you? What kind of team do you want to be? Are you a speed team? Are you a fast team? Are you a goal-scoring team? Are you a defense team? Are you a young team? Are you an old team? You just didn't really know. And I think through this offseason, they have painted a little maybe more of that identity picture. with a new GM than they had the last couple of seasons. That is everything you need to know.
I think they knew. Oh, sorry. I think they knew they weren't going to be able to get, or it doesn't seem like they're going to go after some of the bigger names in free agency. I know that Salk was hoping with Lane Lambert getting hired, they were going to be able to get Mitch Marner here, but he's already signed with the Golden Knights. So I think they're trying to add enough depth and then bring some of that physicality to kind of be able to come at you in waves the way that they did in their playoff season.
You like that?
Yes.
If you were to build it, if you were to have her on Francis's ear, Maura, is that kind of a winning formula to you?
I think so, because I think they like a lot of the youth that they have coming up. So if you can just add depth until you get those guys up, I like that strategy, especially if you're not going to go after some of the bigger names out there.
You know, Brock, you made a really good point talking about. Well, first off, when the Royals manager talked about the Mariners being tough to play against, and then you talk about having an identity. One common identity from teams that are tough to play against is physicality, and that's, you know, whether it be football, basketball, hockey, that's something that you always want to add to your roster. So that's why this is exciting, and obviously probably good news for the Kraken to add a physical defender and just adding the physicality to the sport.
I don't think we're terribly unique as a fan base. I think most fan bases, you know, would kind of like that identity. I really do believe this, though, that for this market, for the people here in the Pacific Northwest, and it really started with the Huskies in the early 90s, Don James in that national title year, Brian, that man, this populace really loves that.
Yep.
They love just an aggressive, physical, violent team, and obviously you were a part of one of those that won Super Bowl. You know, kind of the apex of all of that here in Seattle. I know our guy, Mr. Salky's got a bunch of opinions. Even when he's on vacation, he's texting us. He was excited to read Jude's article. He'll have some tidbits about these moves and acquisitions the Kraken have made. And then, well, I asked him to do a ranking. He was over there taking notes during the wedding. He was over there so warm, so friendly to each and everybody he came across. He's got a ranking of the Huard wedding as well that I'm kind of, frankly, excited to hear about. So we'll do all that next with Salky to wrap up the show that has absolutely flown by. It's Brian Walters sitting in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? Well, if that's not reason enough, you don't risk the scary side effects or gaining the weight back as soon as you stop. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural, and it works.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. But such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated Rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Huard here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You feel like you give great guests, Brian, when you're on the phone with a radio show? Do you just go into each and every one of those opportunities like, I'm going to be a great guest today?
Yeah, I think so. You know, there's something different about being a guest. I'm excited to see what Salk's like as a guest. I feel like
he said before, and I think it's fair when I've listened to him on the afternoon drive show and places, he gives great guests. Now, he also said he was going to be on video, and I don't think that's happened, correct? Is he on video? Are you on video, Salky?
No.
I'm not on video. Dude, come on now. It's too early.
Salk, you said you're going to be on video. Now you're not on video.
I just woke up. You don't want to see me. Nobody wants.
You did not.
To see me right now.
You did not just wake up. You did. You're lying. You did not just wake up.
Few minutes ago.
Salk, I feel like I hear a golf cart in the background. Are you on the course?
Not till tomorrow. I promise.
Tomorrow.
Not till tomorrorow.
Oh, good.
Today's hanging with the kids' day. Tomorrow we'll go golfing.
Nice. Have you recovered from the wedding weekend? You good?
I have. Yeah. I have a lot to say about the wedding, but I'm told I should wait until 9:45. Yeah. We're going to rank some of the best things, and I've taken some notes. I was taking mental notes throughout the weekend, but I have more formal notes which I will use at 9:45.
Do you feel like maybe I need to give you an extra minute too, maybe 9:43? Or do you think you can do all your honorable mentions and your ranking in just 10 minutes, 9 minutes?
I think I still have the juice to be able to do it. It's been a little while since I've ranked, but I think I can still get it done.
Well, you were a little juiced yesterday. The Adam Jude article was a really in-depth one over at the Seattle Times. He did a great job of putting together a bunch of names we've talked about over the last month or so. We had Jeff Passan on today, Salky. He was flying back from London yesterday, so that was a good stretch for Brian and I a minute before the 8:30 segment. But we tried to hammer it out, two football guys talking a little bit of baseball. But Passan came on today, and he kind of framed it in this way, because I just asked him point blank, should the Mariners be interested? And he said, what did he say? Should, could, would. Should they be interested? Yes. Could they be interested? Sure. They've got the personnel and the farm prospects to do it. The key there is would. Should, could, would. Would the Mariners make that kind of commitment? Because I don't think he was as sold that Bregman would all of a sudden just opt out of that deal at $40 million per for the next couple. Where does Mike Salk fall on the shoulda, coulda, would the Mariners be interested in Alex Bregman?
Well, I'm interested in Alex Bregman, so I think the Mariners should, could, and I guess would. I don't know about their finances. I don't know what they're willing to commit, so I can't answer that part of it. But I'm interested. I want Alex Bregman on the Mariners. I think that's the type of piece to put you over the top. And if you think that you've got a window that lasts here over the next couple of years, there's no reason that you wouldn't want Alex Bregman for a few years. If he wants to be here, quite frankly, I don't want him to opt out. I want him to stay. And the only reason to get him to do that is to trade for him, have him come here, enjoy what he sees, have some level of success, and want to stick around for the next few years. I think he's a game changer. I mean, I've said this before, said it over the offseason, but I also understand that for whatever reason, the Mariners seem to have difficulty convincing Scott Boras clients to sign here as free agents, and especially Alex Bregman this past year. He was looking to rebuild his value coming off of an injury season where he was good but not quite great. So he signs a deal in Boston that makes perfect sense. Go bang the ball off that wall, go show, in a decent lineup who he is, play with Alex Cora, who he knows from his time in Houston. And so the Mariners didn't really, I would say, have a shot at signing him in the offseason. But you could trade for him now, right? I mean, he can't block that. It seems like a much better way or easier way for this team to acquire a talent like Alex Bregman.
Okay, well, then Passan turned it on us and asked a non-rhetorical question and said point blank, what would you rather have out in Seattle? Would you rather have Alex Bregman and maybe another piece thrown in from Boston? Or would you rather have Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez?
That's a good question. I mean, the both element of the Arizona idea is really, really tempting, right? I mean, you put both those guys into this lineup and it just lengthens it out. Both guys have been a little bit, more healthy. I know they both had some injury scares recently, but yeah, I guess if you're asking me which of those two, I probably would still go with the Arizona deal because you get both guys. But in terms of one player, for me, it's Bregman because you get the bat, you get the glove, and you get that sort of grit, leadership, toughness, dirt dog element that he brings to the game, not to mention World Series experience. And I know there's people out there yelling about banging trash cans and this, that, and the other. And I guess to that, I just say, whatever. I just don't care. I mean, the guy's proven since that whole scandal ended that wasn't the reason for his success. And he's exactly the type of player and personality that this team could use.
Out of those two options, Salk, the Naylor and Suarez or Alex Bregman, which one do you think the Mariners would have to give up the most to make happen?
I think you might actually have to give up more to get Bregman because of the possibility that he doesn't opt out. I mean, the other two guys are both straight-up rentals. The problem is you just don't know whether Arizona's going to sell, right? I mean, and I guess I don't know whether Boston's going to sell either. But the fact that we're hearing he could be available, to me, is a better sign than Mike Hazen, the GM in Arizona, continuing to say, yeah, we want to be buyers, not sellers. And in the meantime, you look at the standings this morning, and the Mariners are 7 games behind Houston all of a sudden. So, I mean, yes, you're in the wild card chase, which is why you can still be buyers. But you better get on this thing if you want to try to win the division and not just end up as a wild card or fighting even for that final wild card.
You know, Salky, one of the beauties of this show is it's a living, breathing organism. It has been for almost 17 years. And sometimes some of our favorite stuff has just come organically. Like when you looked at James Osborne and he said, boy, howdy, and you said, what? And he became Boy Howdy. Well, in the 6 a.m. hour this morning, Salk, you were fast asleep. Brian was hauling butt to get into the building. Lyle was lecturing our audience.
Oh, geez.
We may have something organically that's been born called Lyle's Lectures. Because you know what Lyle wants no part of, and the text toy came at him. They did not want to hear Lyle's lecture. Lyle was lecturing the audience that Cal Raleigh taking BP yesterday with his dad, out of breath, gassed, he said it was more tiring than he thought it would be. Lyle was lecturing the audience that had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with his golden sombrero last night. And the audience, as you can imagine, was just like nothing, not even a little bit. Are you so convinced that the home run derby BP that he did say afterwards actually was a lot more tiring? Maybe he shouldn't have said that, because as Brian said, the optics maybe not the best when you go for 4 with 4 strikeouts, but Lyle's having no part of it, lecturing the audience. What say Michael Salk?
What's the argument on Lyle's part? I mean, Lyle, I got to hear the argument before. I mean, my gut tells me there's no way to know whether or not there's a connection or not, but I'm curious what the argument is against it.
Why couldn't he have just had a 4 strikeout game like he's had a couple other times this year?
I mean, he could. Yeah, he could.
That's what I'm telling people.
Oh, was that your tone, Lyle? Oh, you were that or were you lecturing the audience, Lyle? Let's be honest.
I was lecturing the audience because there was a bunch of texts coming in saying this is gonna derail his next couple weeks, his season, etc. It's like, no, it isn't. Like he just had one off game. Like
I guess I would just say we have no idea. I mean, I don't know whether that's true or not. And to me, it could go either way. Anybody who's writing in saying it definitely affected him, I don't know how you would know that, because as Lyle's right. I mean, of course, he's had some other 0 for 4 games, 4 strikeouts. Like that'll happen with a power hitter. On the other hand, saying it definitely didn't, I don't know. We've seen examples of both, right? Julio seemed to do the home run derby, and it fixed the swing. It got him elevating the ball from out in front, and the home run derby seemed like actually a really good thing for him. If you go back in the day, who was it in Philly? Was it Bobby Abreu who did the home run derby while he was having one of the great years of his career? And then absolutely tanked the rest of the season afterwards. So I don't think there's any real way to know. I mean, you hope that it's not going to hurt him. It sure looks like a fun thing, right, with his dad and his brother and the whole Raleigh family out there. I just don't know how you would know. I don't know.
Well, I know this too, like for all of those, and there have been most on this station that have had a level of concern about how much of an energy outlay it is for Cal to play catcher and play 160 games that we have talked about, right? And then you're going to throw this here. Just listen to Cal yesterday. I tend to obviously land on the side of being reasonable, but just listen to Cal cut number 8 more, if you wouldn't mind firing this. This was Cal with our great Shannon Dreyer, who caught up with him and Dad Todd, and had some great sound that we played over the course of the morning. But here was Cal, must have been pretty fresh off of that experience, talking about how freaking tiring it was.
It was a little exhausting, not gonna lie. It was tiring, a lot of swings, and like I just said, I think we learned, you got to slow it down a little bit and maybe swing a little slower. Not want to swing as hard, so, try to go for more quality over quantity, because I think, when we get there, the adrenaline's going to be going, so we're going to be going plenty fast. It's just going to be about slowing it down and, hitting that rhythm.
Can I just be a little reasonable, maybe be in the middle a little bit and just say, I don't really want Cal to do a whole bunch more of these practice runs. Like yesterday was great, and what a beautiful day and fun with your brother and your dad. Can I just be reasonable and say over the next 2 weeks, because of what he does every single day in his routine as the catcher for this team and all that requires, that maybe that was a one and done? Can we just kind of be one and done with that one?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Honestly, Brock, I wouldn't mind him doing more.
Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Now it's
lose him?
going to go out, huh? Is that what's going to happen? This guy that clamors to be such a
Without
great. Are you there? Are you there, Salk?
I'm here.
Your phone went out, dude. First of all, you're not on video. Secondly, now your phone's you're gonna claim to be great guest, and your phone goes out. Can you just sit in one spot?
Go out. I'm hearing you just fine.
No, we lost you for a good 15 seconds.
No, you didn't, you liar. That's not true.
Lyle, Maura, did we lose Salk for a good 10 to 15 seconds? Yes, we did.
We did.
Stop lying. There's no way.
Maybe it was 3 to 5 seconds. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of this nonsense.
So let me get to the wedding. I need all the time.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Play ranked.
Leave
Get to
poor
it.
Cal alone.
Let's go.
Got a list? Time to put it in order.
Fred Dwumfor's house. Top five meals that I have ever had.
This is Ranked.
To be honest, that list was really biased.
Every morning at 9:45 on Brock and Salk.
Top 10 list. I'm not buying that.
Ranked.
Well, it's not every morning anymore, but every once in a while anyway on Brock and Salk at 9:45. And since I got to attend Brock's daughter Haley's wedding, I do have some of the interesting things that I saw while I was there ranked. I want to preface this list by saying it was an unbelievable, tremendous weekend. Everyone was awesome. And so if you hear any poking fun here, and I can't promise there will be, take it all with a grain of salt because the whole thing was awesome. But I will start with honorable mentions. And since we're talking about mentions, there were, and I counted, 22 mentions of Jesus during the actual wedding ceremony.
Yeah. Woohoo! But who was counting?
I was counting. Just a little clicker. That doesn't include Lord, God, Father, anything else.
Is that what was in your pocket? Did you have a little umpire's ball strike thing and you were clicking? Is that what that was? Okay.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew. Let's see, another honorable mention. Loved my table. I felt very honored at a table with Damon and Julie, his wife. Yeah. I was there with Luke and Dolly, his wife, and then Damon's daughter, Holly, and her fiance. Kind of felt like the third or fourth Huard brother.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of debate, a lot of consternation. There was a lot of chatter afterwards. Like, man, Salk basically got table. If you're ranking the tables, like
table A, yeah.
I mean, there was the head table with the whole wedding party, and then table A was, of course, Molly and I, and Gigi and Papa.
Right, I was going to be at that table, so the next table after that.
You were right up there.
Table A minus.
Table A minus, prime real estate.
Table A minus. I feel pretty good. All right, favorite people I met that I had not met before. Sammy, high on the list. Love meeting Sammy. Great dude. Really funny guy. Enjoyed Sammy. Loved meeting Dane Looker, who I don't think I'd ever met before, and got to hear his story of how Brock helped him along the way and helped him become a Husky and eventually into the NFL. And then I loved both Holly and Dolly, to be honest with you. Sat next to Luke's wife, Dolly. She was awesome, just incredibly sweet. And Holly, Damon's daughter, might have been the most confident person that I met the whole time I was there. So she was phenomenal. So those were some of the highlights.
You feel like you kept the Holly, Molly, and Dolly thing straight over the course of the night?
I think I did.
You did a good job with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Even by the end of the night? Even by the end, yes.
One of my favorite things I saw was when the football came out and Sammy and Titus were having a little throwing competition. And as much as I said I put Sammy right there among the favorite people I met, I was fairly impressed that Titus had a better arm than Sammy.
No, he did not. Michael, now you're going to create... No, stop it. Dump that.
I'm just saying.
Dump that.
I like Sammy a lot. I think Titus might have a better arm.
At what point is this throwing contest going on?
No, just while everyone's dancing, they're outside throwing the ball 50 yards down the field. It's hilarious.
It was
Only wedding I've ever seen that at.
It was a good venue. There was hundreds of yards of pasture and grass outside this barn. Yeah, and they were getting after it. Okay.
Weirdest thing was that Zane showed up and then stuck around. That was weird. Zane from Montana not just came in a suit, but then really wanted to spend time with Brock and me. It was like, dude, you're talking to Brock during his daughter's wedding? Go away. Amazing. Can't believe I watched that with my own eyes. Give an A+ to the signature drinks. Love the Huckleberry Margarita.
Nice.
Gonna dock points for way too much ABBA during the reception, although my daughters both liked it. Maura, I thought you would be happy to know. That's a band, Brock. Don't worry about it. Some of the music they played.
Well, I was
surprised,
okay. All right.
speaking of the music, that all the lyrics to other, like Get Low and other Lil Jon songs played in full. Not what I was expecting at the Huard wedding, especially after the 22 Jesus mention. Maura, I thought you would be happy to know they did play Cher's Believe.
Oh, great.
I know how much you love that song.
Do you believe in life after love?
Oh, you hit that. I like that. Nice. Okay.
Yep, that was good. And then
Are we still in honorable mentions? Is that what we're doing here?
Only honorable mentions. Yeah, we'll get to the
well, you got
top
like
5 in a moment.
5 minutes. You better hurry.
Yeah, I know. Just a quick shout out to Molly for the flowers, the venue, the scenery, all of it. A+, gorgeous.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the top 5?
I think we're ready for the top 5.
Top 5 things from Haley's wedding. Number 5, the shirtless groom. Very unexpected. Not during the ceremony, but near the end of the night, the groom removed his shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some name for that.
That's what I would have done.
No,
What
there's
is
some
it?
name. There's I don't know. We caught up with Dylan and Haley last night. They're in their honeymoon, and there's some term for that the kids today have. And oh, by the way, I got a text yesterday from one of our friends, one of our listeners whose daughter got married, sent me a text similarly where all of the groomsmen had taken their shirt off and were wearing just the vest. So I think that is I think new kids thing. I think it's just what they're doing.
It's not a fun wedding without shirts being torn off.
Yep.
I would actually use Haley's term from when she was 8 and say it was so inappropriate. Yeah.
Whoa. Wow.
No, I'm out on the shirtless groom. Sorry. Number 4, Brock's speech. His father of the bride speech was great. It was from the heart. For those wondering about the exact count, Daniel Hill timed it, and it was 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Well over the 2 to 2.5 minutes that were allotted to Brock.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the first minute was loving on Lane, the Lane train, the best man.
Yeah.
First time he ever spoke in front of the group, right? So can I cut him maybe a minute off of?
You're still 5:19.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then there was
double people thought.
Right,
I will say it didn't
fair.
feel long, though. I mean, a shout out to Brock. It felt just fine, and it was a beautiful speech. Brock cried. I cried a little bit. Don't worry about that. All right, number 3 could have gone awry, but it turned out great. I would say the wedding party intros, Brock, take 3rd, and it could have gone poorly because it was sort of like, so each groomsman and bridesmaid came in together, and there was a
Get introduced.
They got introduced kind of with the Chicago Bulls music in the background, and then they had to complete some sort of a sports moment. So like
or
one
dance
guy
off. Like there was no, they could dance. They could do whatever they wanted to do. Yeah.
There was a handoff. There were a lot of things that could have been really cheesy, but I think it worked because everyone kind of went for it full bore rather than feeling embarrassed, and so that I thought actually it pulled off. It was pretty great. I like that.
Okay.
Shout out to the wedding party.
Is number 2 or 1 Haley and Dylan's entrance at all?
No.
Because that was actually Uncle Damon's number 1. Was
good. He liked that.
When Dylan carried Haley in the Chris Stapleton song, yeah, he thought that was
anything with country music got cut off. So I every time there's country music, I stopped paying attention, tuned out, throwing my earplugs. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So
Number
now we're
2,
on to
Brock.
number 2. Yes.
Number 2 would be the braying donkey. Just as we were getting ready for the ceremony outside, all of us are there sitting, beautiful venue, waiting for the bridal party, and this donkey, I mean a legit donkey, just about 100 yards behind us, starts going. He was ready for the wedding, man. We spent a good portion of the wedding waiting for him to come back out.
Oh, that's
what
funny.
an ass. Anyway, that was
nice.
good. Love the break.
See what you did there.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Good. Okay. All right. So we went 5, 4, 3. You didn't like the shirt off with the groom, huh?
Yeah, not a fan of the shirtless groom. Keep your shirt on, man. Come on.
He put then the vest on, and then the rest of the groomsmen
Keep your shirt on at your wedding. Keep your shirt on. Keep your shirt. I kept my shirt on.
Well, thank goodness.
I know. I didn't want anybody to be overwhelmed.
You
Number
look
one
good
is
in
a
that
tie,
light
Brock.
suit, though. You look good in that light
Thanks.
suit. Okay, number one.
Number one is a tie between Haley's dress and Macy's speech. Your two daughters both crushed it. Haley, her wedding dress was absolutely perfect. The second dress she got into later, awesome. She just was a bright ray of sunshine throughout the entire thing. Her smile was amazing. Everything about Haley, she's awesome. Loved it. And then Macy, surprise of the wedding, because often anybody who's been to many weddings knows the sister of the bride speech can be a disaster. I've seen disaster in action. Can be rambling, incoherent, angry, insulting. This was all the opposite of that. It was perfect. And as Macy mentioned herself, somewhat surprising coming from her. So I thought that was maybe the top moment. And that definitely made me cry.
Oh, that's so good. It was one for the ages, man. It was one of those times that we finished up, and I don't really know what could have gone better. Right, I really don't. I mean, the people.
Well, I have a second list of things that could have been better if you want.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
like we can do that one next week. I've got a list of things
great.
that could have been better.
Oh, great. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that next week then, when you return. Oh, it was so sweet. Molly said yesterday, man. She said to me, "Are you feeling a little blue?" And I was like, "No, I'm feeling mostly sick, but I'm not really blue." And she was like, "Gosh, I just feel blue after all that time around so many amazing family and friends." Coming off of it has been a little emotionally hard for Mama Bear. So,
Well, she crushed it, man. All the details, all the flowers. The Huard family does it right. It was a ton of fun. Great people, great wedding. Congrats to Haley and Dylan.
Thank you. You finished strong. You gave great guests when it mattered the most, Salky. You finished really strong.
I try.
Enjoy the rest.
I woke up early just for this.
Thank you. We all appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for jumping aboard with us. You'll be back Monday. We will be in the fold, getting back into rhythm. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Brian Walter's going to be back tomorrow morning. Yeah, Brian's going to be back tomorrow, man. He's done it all week
Can't
long
wait.
and even last
Salk
week.
will be golfing, hitting them straight, I hope.
Yeah, well, you watch his golf game. Yeah, you watch his golf game. Hey, Salky, for this day, though, where is the hay, my friend?
Oh, you know where the hay is, Brock? The hay is in the barn.
Yes, it is.
That
See you,
donkey.
buddy.
Get to the chopper!
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between
access
paydays.
changed
No
the game?
interest, no
Direct
credit
access
checks,
for us,
no
Brock,
mandatory
is a
fees.
game changer.
Because, hey, it's your money.
So much
Download the Earnin
research
app
and
now to
data
get
out
it.
there
Enjoy
that
millions of
says
people
if
making
you
any
get
day
in
payday.
early when you have a
It's
musculoskeletal problem or an
Earnin
injury.
is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
Okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts.
If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loaner Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loaner Tool. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
The countdown is on.
21 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped Game 2 to the Royals last night, 6-3. Top of the order went 1 for 12. Cal Raleigh struck out 4 times. Game 3 of a 4-game series is today at 6:40 p.m. It's Logan Gilbert on the mound against Noah Cameron. Pre-game it's 5:30 right here on Seattle Sports. Astros slugger Yordan Alvarez suffered a setback in his recovery from a broken right hand. General manager Dana Brown told reporters Alvarez suffered some pain during a workout and he'll see a specialist.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump, earlier this morning, apparently, don't say anything yet. I haven't told you this yet.
Okay.
Apparently, Lyle was getting a bunch of flack on Brock and Salk for talking about how Cal Raleigh, who not only went 0 for 4, but struck out in all 4 at-bats yesterday. He had his first home run derby practice before the game, shortly before the game, a couple hours before the game.